It's continuing to do damage right now. It is currently located near Leachville, Arkansas, right here. It's moving to the northeast at around 50 miles per hour. What I have done here to kick off coverage of this thing is to kind of give you an idea of where this is headed over the next couple of hours. Now, it may deviate from this track just a little bit, but this storm is one that has been rotating and producing a tornado now for the better part of a half hour to 45 minutes. And all indications are this thing is by itself. There is nothing to break its progress up, so it will continue to move across the Boot Heel of Missouri and into northwest Tennessee. So if it continues on its current pace, Steele, just after 8 o'clock, you're going to be dealing with this storm. Caruthersville at around 8:22, Ridgely, Tennessee at around 8:36, and Troy, Tennessee at around 9:01. Union City, just shy of 2 hours from now, you would be dealing with this storm. Again, I know that's 2 hours from now. That is a long time, but we are talking about a storm that likely will be on the ground, a tornado on the ground with this thing for quite some time. Let's get you the newest information. There is a new tornado warning that has just come out. Noah, if you don't mind to click the button to put Magic Track in play for me real quick. Gotcha. Okay, thank you. This new tornado warning is in effect for southern Pemiscot County, as well as a very small part of Lake County and Dyer County in Tennessee. It runs until 8:15 this evening. A couple of things I want you to notice here. Up to 2-inch hail is possible. We're talking about possibly over golf ball size hail with this storm. This is an extremely powerful supercell thunderstorm and an observed tornado with this. In fact, to be honest, this is the first. This is one of the most well-defined supercells that we have seen on radar here in a long, long time. As we go in for a closer view here of this storm, very, very dangerous storm that's coming up right now out of Arkansas. One of the things that I want to point out here, I want to stop the radar loop. I want you to look at the structure of this. Right here, this is a textbook classic hook echo. There is a powerful tornado right here. This is a debris ball, most likely. This is where the storm is actually lofting debris up high into the atmosphere, and that tornado is likely doing damage right here. It's just a little ways south of Arbird in the Boot Heel. You can also see this very, very dark shades of red. This is where we're likely tracking hail with this system, possibly hail that is quite large. Let's put our hail track on here and see if we have any kind of an indication of what we might be dealing with here. It's having a little bit of a hard time picking up. Back to the west, though, certainly seeing some large damaging hail out of this thing. But we also have very, very strong signatures of a tornado here right in this area just to the south of the Missouri-Arkansas state line. Extremely strong signature of a tornado here. Let's check out the debris tracker. And yeah, there is absolutely a signature of tornado debris right here in the green. What this is, the red color is where everything that the radar is seeing is the same. So it's basically rain. You see where it has a little bit more of a fuzzy appearance here around Arbird, it's likely picking up hail. And then you see this green area right here. That's where everything is totally different. We've got leaves, we've got sticks, we've got debris. This is a signature of a powerful tornado that is on the ground right now. This storm is moving to the northeast at about 50 miles per hour. So if you are in Steele, Cooter, Hornersville, let's go down for a closer view, kind of a street level view of where this thing is headed next. Currently over Leachville, Arkansas. Damage is likely being done right now. This storm is going to be moving up and tracking just very near Hornersville in Missouri. And this is some pretty rural area over towards Samford in the Boot Heel of Missouri as well. You guys need to be moving to your safe place of shelter, as this is a storm that could do significant damage as it moves in. If you have a basement in these areas, get to it now. If you don't, you need to head to an interior hallway, a closet. Make sure you put as many walls between you and the outside as you can. Stay away from windows. Take your phone with you. Make sure that you leave. We're on Facebook Live right now streaming. If you lose power, that stream will continue. Make sure that you take your charger, your power bank with you to the closet to the hallway, wherever it is that you're taking shelter, and make sure that you stay connected to us as we track this storm. Speaking of a track, let's put a track on this right now, as this is going to be one. We'll have to kind of zoom out just a little bit. This is moving at 50 miles per hour. It is really racing, and that is another thing with these storms tonight, is that you don't have a lot of time to act. That's why some of these tornado warnings are way, way out ahead of these storms, because of the very rapid, fast movement of these cells. So we'll track it from right here. No doubt about it, there is a tornado on the ground at the moment, moving at 50 miles per hour. So that is going to put Steele in the path of this storm at around 8:05. Hornersville, 7:44. We've got less than 10 minutes. An urgent situation for you guys in Hornersville. You've got to take cover right now. Steele at 8:05, Pascola at around 8:14, Caruthersville at around 8:21, and Ridgely, Tennessee at around 8:35. So you've got about an hour's lead time right now around Ridgely. This thing has already been on the ground since back near Jonesboro, Arkansas. So we're talking about a storm that's been on the ground roughly already for about 30 miles or so. Has it been producing damage that whole time? It's possible. It certainly looks like it has been producing quite a bit of damage along the way. And again, from the National Weather Service in Memphis, they say this is a particularly dangerous situation, a life-threatening situation. Flying debris is likely with this. Considerable damage to homes, businesses, mobile homes will likely be destroyed if in the path of this storm. So it is extremely important to take shelter if you're here in the southern boot heel of Missouri. I do want to make sure that we include everyone else that's watching here in our coverage, so we're going to zoom out real quick. There was a tornado warning for Hopkins County over in Kentucky. That was south of Madisonville. That part of the warning has been allowed to expire. Hopkins County no longer in that tornado warning. There are some additional storms here across sections of western Kentucky. I'll give you a closer view of those right now. Some of those storms right now in Callaway County. At the moment, nothing severe here, but we're going to watch. In fact, probably need to take a quick look at the winds. Starting to see some signs here south of Murray that the winds are at least picking up. There's no rotation right now, but the atmosphere is so very favorable for rotating storms tonight. This is probably our most significant severe weather setup in about 4 years across the Local 6 area. And so any storm that develops tonight is going to spin and rotate and possibly produce tornadoes. So Murray, we're just kind of in watch out mode right now as this storm is organizing. It's becoming a little more intense over you right now. Not seeing a whole lot of, here, let me turn on the lightning mode with that. There is some lightning with that storm here around Murray. That's typically an indication, you know, that it is growing and strengthening. Not a lot of lightning right now, but we'll need to keep a close eye on how that develops. Noah, you're following on chat. Can you tell me the latest on what's going on with our storm coming up from the boot heel of Missouri?
The chat actually has been going in and out. We're having some technical issues with that, Trent. I'm trying to get it back up. The last I saw is that we had debris confirmed. Just following social media outside of the chat, debris is confirmed. That is the latest I can tell you.
Yeah, and you know, I'll tell you what, it's been a long time since we saw a radar signature that looked like this in our area. And there is no doubt about it. There is a tornado in this storm. Tornado is right here. It is on the Missouri-Arkansas state line. So if you live along Highway 164 down toward the Hornersville community and over towards Steele, Cooter, Caruthersville, Ridgely, Tennessee, this storm is headed your direction. There's going to be some hail with this storm. Hail core is right here just to the south of Zenith, and extremely strong signature on radar of a tornado in this part of the storm right here. You see where there's, I mean, that is just incredible. I don't know, it's been a long, long time since I saw anything that was that powerful. That is an extremely strong area of rotation right here. Damaging, life-threatening tornado that is associated with this storm moving into the southern boot heel of Missouri.
got the chat back up, Trent.
Okay.
I'm able to pull, while you're doing that, I'm able to pull up now both the chat and our 3D radar. Can tell you that debris is up to about 15,000 feet, which I pulled up our chart off camera, some new research that correlates the height of that debris to the strength of the tornado, and that tells us that this is a violent tornado. When we look and see how high the debris is being lofted, we can correlate that with the strength of the vortex. Right now, we've got a whole bunch of technology off the camera. You see here, thanks Mark, our great director, helping us out here. What you're looking at here is this storm three-dimensionally. The colors are the reflectivity. Where you see that pink, now you have to remember we're looking at this three-dimensionally. I'll move this up so you can see. Look on the top, there's Poplar Bluff, Kennett. I'm going to point this down. Look at that purple in the middle. I'm going to try to move this about. Focus your eye on that purple dot. You see that right in the left center of your TV. That is the debris which is now pushing past 15,000 feet. Let me see if I can draw that right here. See that? That's the debris core, 15 to 20,000 feet. So Trent, this is, from what I can deduce in talking with the chat now that I've got it up, certainly looks like a EF-4. I mean, we're splitting hairs with the strength. The point is that debris is being actively lofted beyond 15,000 feet up. This is a violent tornado. It's a confirmed tornado. And just looking in the environment ahead of this storm, there's no reason to believe that this will not be able to be on the ground for minutes. This could even be on the ground for over an hour. In fact, I think we're already going on the trend of this being on the ground for an hour in terms of northern Arkansas. And generally, when you see these things, they can weaken quickly. You know, we can get them that they're on the ground for a few minutes and they go away. As Trent was telling you, you were telling everybody, this is not that night. I mean, this is not going to form and go away in 5 minutes.
No.
It's on the ground, and it could very well stay on the ground for a long while indeed.
If you would do me a favor, Noah.
Yeah.
If you would put your password in on your computer for me. So we're kind of trading off our systems over here so that I can keep an eye on the chat there.
So Mark, if you want to take the wall for us, I'll walk over. I don't want to walk off camera for you. So we're still tracking that one confirmed dangerous tornado. There you go. When you're looking at this, did you go over that with them? I'll remind them of that, the colors with that.
Yeah, so what we're looking at now, I'll talk about that while you go, if you want to get your system logged back in over there. And y'all kind of bear with us. There's a whole lot going on right now, and we've got multiple things that we're tracking. What you're looking at right there, that is a debris signature, and that is one that is extremely well defined here. You see right in that region, you've got red. Red is where everything is the same, raindrops, and then you've got this pop of green where the radar is detecting something totally different. That is a sign that it's debris. It's stuff, leaves, sticks, pieces of trees, pieces of roofing, house debris. That's what you're seeing in that green area right now. And we'll go down for a little bit of a closer view here. And again, this thing is headed toward the Hornersville community right now. If you are in Hornersville or just to the south of Hornersville, you're in danger right now. This tornado is on. It's in your backyard right now, up toward Reeves and Samford. You guys also in the path of this storm. Noah, I've got you back in play if you want to take.
Sure. Just trying to wait for that chat to load to log in. It's being real slow.
Unfortunately, this is, we're in a situation tonight where we've got eyeballs from all over the country on our region. We're kind of in the bullseye of what could be a major tornado outbreak, and folks are logging into the chat and kind of overwhelming the system a little bit. So that's causing us to have some issues staying connected with our friends out at the National Weather Service. But that's an important lifeline for us to make sure that we know exactly what's going on.
So just to remind everybody what we've got going on in terms of the color of the polygon, because this is new. If you just clicked on and you're looking at this and you're saying, what's this purple polygon? That is a tornado warning, but this is a relatively new thing from the folks at the Weather Service to better clarify what a tornado is, whether it's very high threat, lower threat. So the purple here indicates that it's a considerable threat to damage life and property. Dunklin, Dyer, Mississippi, Pemiscot counties, at least it's the corner of those. Again, as Trent has been discussing, and we've been going over, the hail is a big concern. And remember, too, a lot of people I'm looking at our Facebook feed are asking about hail. Generally, tonight, the hail threat is only going to be in these supercells. Once we start getting some complexes of storms that come out of Arkansas, and especially after midnight, because remember, y'all, we've got hours to go. It's not like we're just going to have this one storm and that's going to be it. I mean, look what's building behind that already, and there's actually more even behind that. And we still can't rule out the chance that something else could pop up separate from what we've got already in the boot heel, is that when they're isolated, that's the hail threat. And if you notice, our storm here in the boot heel is all on its own. That's why it's producing not just the tornado, but very large hail. Once you get these complexes of lines like this, it's harder for them to produce very large hail. I mean, they still can produce hail, of course, but certainly it's more of a smaller hail type of deal. Lots of tornado warnings here outside of St. Louis. That's of no impact to us. This back here is actually with the cold front near Springfield, Missouri. We'll be watching that. But unequivocally, or undoubtedly, I should say, the concern right now is in the Missouri boot heel. Friends and folks watching in our eastern counties, we do have this tornado warning that is departing, going towards Central City. There are some indications of this, or at least there has been, of this rotating. Let me put this on velocity, and we'll start here in the Pennyrile, then we'll make our way back towards the west in terms of the velocity, so we can give everybody here an update. So Princeton to Cayce, folks, you're good. Notice here, and I want you to follow along with me here as the velocity scan. Look at all this stuff here. That's not very strong. I mean, you're going to clearly see and get a quick lesson in how to pick this up on your own. The storms here in Graves and Callaway, yeah, there might be a little bit of gustier wind there southeast of Mayfield. Here in northeastern Callaway, some gustier winds, but that's not going to prompt a warning. We'll keep going here through Fulton and Hickman counties, and now we come down in the boot heel, and wow. This is the radar. You see that sweep? That's the radar out of Memphis. That's the radar out of Paducah, which is why the colors flip, because the colors are telling you which direction in relation to the radar this is going. But big picture, there's a lot of people I've been following in our Facebook feed asking, when about will this come to Union City, Mayfield, Martin? It is certainly not out of the question that this tornado stays on the ground for tens of miles or longer, 100 miles. I mean, it's already been a tornado since before it was in Jonesboro. So there's the circulation now in the boot heel. Northeast at Trent, what was it, 45? 45-ish?
It's now moving at 50 as
50.
of the last
There we go.
update. And I tell you what, the CC, the debris is even more impressive right now. As it's now east of Hornersville and it's headed right up toward Reeves.
Let's take a look.
This thing really looks nasty.
Let's take a look at that, what Trent just mentioned. But real quick before I come off this camera shot, this is kind of the long-range path. If this thing stays on the trajectory it's going, we're not saying there's going to be a tornado in Graves County, specifically in Mayfield, in 2.5 hours. The idea here is if you're trying to deduce a long-range path of this thing, it's something like this, through the boot heel, through southern Lake County, Obion County, and eventually this will come into southern Kentucky. Now, is there the possibility that this hooks more of a right turn with time? Yeah, of course there is, for sure. So Trent's got you got the CC pulled up?
Well, I want to show you just the regular radar on this thing first. If you want to come back over here to source 2. I mean, check this out. I mean, I don't know. This is something we don't see often at all. I mean,
especially not
goodness
December.
This, kind of, it almost resembles what you would see with a hurricane. It has kind of a swirl to it. There is absolutely zero doubt there is a major tornado in this. If you are in Reeves, Missouri right now, and over toward between Reeves and Holland, this thing is passing right by you. You see the 164 sign on the map right now? This tornado is going to hit there, and it is going to be a big, powerful tornado. Yeah, let me flip back over here to, or I'll tell you what I will do is put the debris tracker over this.
Yeah, wow.
That is a massive, massive debris ball. This is maybe one of the more powerful tornadoes that I've seen on radar in my time here. This is a life-threatening situation, folks. If you live in Reeves, Missouri,
Now,
you have to be in your safe place. If you live in over toward anywhere between Reeves and Holland, this thing is headed your way right now. We've got to get to our basement, an interior hallway, closet, put as many walls between you and the outside. Stay away from windows. Find something, a bike helmet, a football helmet, baseball helmet to cover your head with. Take a blanket with you. Just try to put as much padding and covering between you and the outside as you can. This is an incredibly dangerous situation. This is where you see the blue. What that represents is where the radar is picking up stuff that is flying around. Whatever kind of debris is being lofted into the air, that is what we're seeing with this right now. This is an incredibly dangerous situation, and one that I tell you what has been I'm not sure that I've seen one that looks like this in our area. We need to be tracking where this thing is headed next. So for those of you, and keep in mind that this radar scan was a couple of minutes ago. We're waiting on a new scan to come in. So this thing is headed over in the area of the tiny community of Reeves. So County Road 718, County Road 727, crossing Highway 164. If you live in Covington, Holland, Steele, you've got to be getting to your safe place of shelter right now. We did just get a brand new update here.
Trent, we might be going tornado emergency here soon, I'm seeing. And SBC just put out a new discussion that includes all the way to southern Marshall County. All the way out to southern Marshall, that's the path that strong and potentially violent tornado ongoing and could continue.
Okay, yeah, so let me put a track on where it is right now and where it's headed next. So we will track it to the northeast at around 50 miles per hour. So, Steele, you guys are in the path of this. It looks like it's going to be a very close call. Right now, the way that it is currently going, it may pass just west and northwest of Steele, but we cannot take that chance. You've got to be in your safe place of shelter. 7:58 for Steele, 8:11 for Caruthersville. Right now, this thing looks to be dead on, headed toward Caruthersville. So you guys have got less than 20 minutes now. We need you to be taking shelter if you are in Caruthersville and perhaps live in a mobile home. If you have any way to get somewhere else that is safe, a sturdier structure, you've got 20 minutes. Get there now. If you live in Tiptonville, the rotation may go just to your south. It's very possible that you'll end up in the hail core of the storm. Might be a good idea to go ahead and be getting your vehicles into the garage somewhere that they may not be damaged, because this storm may very well produce hail of anywhere from ping pong to golf ball size or possibly larger, and that may be going toward the Tiptonville area. Troy, Tennessee, 8:46, so we've got about 50 minutes, but this thing right now, if it continues to track the way that it has, is you're centered on the path of this storm. But for our friends that live near Reeves, Missouri, right now, this storm, dangerous, life-threatening tornado on the ground at the moment. It is headed now east of Reeves. Let me go down for a closer view here of where we're headed next with this.
Sorry to butt in over you, Trent.
Yeah.
They are going to pull the trigger. This will be a tornado emergency momentarily. We'll see that come out and change here shortly. 7:54, they just said they were going to make this a tornado emergency.
Okay, so let's go back down for kind of a street level view of what is going on with this storm. See if they've actually put that out just yet. Tornado warning. And yeah, I want you to look at, this is now a tornado emergency for southern Dunklin and Pemiscot County, including the communities of Denton and Steele. The text from the National Weather Service says a large confirmed destructive tornado was moving northeast at 50 miles per hour. This is a particularly dangerous situation. You see the threat tag, catastrophic. It is possible that we're dealing with a high-end tornado here. We're talking about potentially, EF-3, EF-4 type tornado, if not stronger. This is an extremely dangerous storm. In my time here, I have not seen a tornadic signature that looks like this on radar. This is one that is extremely, extremely dangerous. This is one that if you don't take shelter, it could be life-threatening. You have got to get to a place of shelter. If this currently is looking to pass in between Steele, Braggadocio, and it's right here where you see the Highway 164 sign. I'm going to drop our wind scope on this, and the wind here is just incredible. There's absolutely no doubt that we have a tornado on the ground, and it's right here on the Dunklin and Pemiscot County line. This is the current area where we're seeing that tornado. There is still a very well-defined debris ball with this, and I'll show you that here. As we put the tornado debris tracker on here, that's it. This area of blue and green, that is where the tornado is tossing stuff into the air. 15,000, 20,000 feet into the air, we're seeing stuff, probably large projectiles. 25,000 feet into the air is what the National Weather Service is saying. So,
that's the radar.
This is a life-threatening situation with this tornado. Noah, you've actually got the chat up there. You want to? It's logged off over here on my end. Can we toss it over to you for a quick update on what you're seeing on the chat?
So, continuing with the tornado emergency that we are seeing, we've had reports of damage, videos coming out of Arkansas. The debris right now on radar, we've got higher resolution radar than what you're seeing here. 25 to 30,000 feet. The debris at this speaking moment, 2 minutes before 8 o'clock, that indicates about a 75% chance that this is a EF-4 tornado. That's not a number we throw out lightly or pull out of a hat. This is an EF-4 tornado that is ongoing right now. Reports of highways closed, that's from emergency management in northeastern Arkansas. A lot of power flashes, and we're seeing this. There's storm chasers in the area. Power flashes from a distance just add to the messaging here that this is a large, violent tornado. And I want to make something crystal clear. Just while Trent was talking, I was able to look and analyze the atmosphere and look while Trent was doing that for you way out in advance of this. And I want to make a point here to you that this tornado, which is a violent major tornado right now, it may lift periodically. It may lift in a couple of minutes. It may re-strengthen, but the atmosphere in Obion County, in Weakley County, Graves County, Callaway, there's no reason, I have zero reason to tell you that this thing will just vanish and go away by the time it gets into western Kentucky. So big picture, Union City folks, you're still a ways from this being a threat, but I just want to make sure we're giving you that big picture. Obion County, southern Lake County, southeastern Fulton, Hickman counties, southern Graves eventually, granted that's going to be a while from now, maybe even eventually western Callaway and northern Weakley. There's no reason to believe that this is going to completely go away. In fact, the atmosphere actually only gets more favorable for tornadoes the further northeast that this gets. So we're coming up at the top of the hour. If you're watching us over the air, Chief Meteorologist Trent Okerson and myself are on covering what is a violent tornado. This is a tornado emergency, the rarest type of alert that can be issued from the National Weather Service. This is a large mesocyclone that has been producing a tornado now for over a half an hour. In addition to the tornado, there's hail that is over the size of golf balls. There is no higher threat that can be issued here If you happen to be watching us, let's zoom in. The tornado is right here. Now remember, radar is delayed slightly. This is your tornado right here, where you see these very, very intense colors of orange. This is wind. The green, that's wind blowing the opposite direction. We're looking at a circulation here just off the camera, what I'm looking at, that is in the 140 mile per hour range, maybe even a little higher. That's the net rotation. This is an EF-3 to EF-4 tornado. So Carruthersville, Missouri, you're up next. Now, the number one cause of injury or death from a tornado is from blunt force trauma to the head. We don't say that lightly. We don't say that to scare anybody. When you go to your tornado shelter, your precaution here out ahead of this, if you live in Cayce, right along the junction of Interstate 55, this tornado is going to cross over Interstate 55 within the next few minutes. Carruthersville and Cayce, do not wait. Hopefully you are in your shelter now. Go to your shelter now. Cover your head, protect your head if you have a bike helmet like Trent told you, a bike helmet, a baseball helmet. Put that on yourself, your kids, don't forget your pets, and if you don't have a shelter, innermost room, closet, put as much between you and the outside as you can. Where is this going after that? So Cayce and Carruthersville, you're up next. Ridgely, Tennessee. Ridgely's been hit hard repeatedly in the past few years. We've had multiple tornadoes that have gone through Ridgely. Now, those were different setups, but those of you watching in Ridgely, we're putting you on warning right now. Let's put this on a loop over the past 30 minutes to an hour. This might end up passing just to the north of Ridgely, but towns in immediate danger. Cayce, Missouri, Carruthersville, the confluence, this is going to come right over the river in Ridgely and points there north. Let me stop this and we'll put this on the debris tracker, see if we can track out the debris for you here. Seeing no reason that this is going to stop. And we still could have more storms that form near and around this. So let's go ahead and zoom in. We'll put the debris tracker on so you can see it down to a street level. It's now 2 minutes past 8 o'clock. And remember, we will stay with you on Facebook. If you're in these areas and you lose power, we're going to stay with you on Facebook. This is a violent tornado. Let's show you this on television so you can see what Trent and I have been talking about. The wind speed going south to north. This is the radar in Memphis. South to north winds, 90 miles an hour, 95 miles an hour. Add that to the opposite wind, which is going to be in about the 50 to 60 mile per hour range, which is why I told you live that this is a net strong and violent tornado. Very serious situation. Let's check in on the debris tracker here for you real quick and catch up on that. I think I might have gotten frozen here for a second. Might have to toss it back to Trent. Yeah, somehow I think we got frozen here. But this is a violent tornado. Circulation in the 150 plus mile per hour range. Again, Cayce, Carruthersville, Trent. Can't stress it enough. If you have friends near Cayce, how about Southern Lake County, Trent? Give them a text now. Give them a call. Hey, I'm watching this on the news, and they're telling you, Southern Lake County, if you've got family or friends in Southern Lake County, this is nothing to mess around with. This is the real deal coming there now.
Clear the wall, and we'll come back over to the Weather Center. And a couple of things I can share with you. I want to read this. This is from the National Weather Service in Paducah. Just a reminder that this tornado that is in the Boot Heel of Missouri, if it continues its current track, will reach portions of Fulton, Hickman, and Graves counties in western Kentucky. The time frame of concern for those areas would be 8:45 to about 9:30 p.m. This storm is likely to maintain its intensity. This is an extremely rare and powerful supercell thunderstorm. It's probably producing a high-end tornado right now, and with nothing interfering in its path forward, it will continue on its path forward and continue to produce a tornado. If we want to take the radar here on Source 2, I've pulled up the volume. This is what we call kind of the 3D volume scan, and over here in a portion of this storm, and I'll draw a little line to guide you here. This is where we have debris being shot up into the storm at a level of about 20 to 25,000 feet. That yellow line is likely the tornado picking up debris and tossing it up into the storm. All right, so we have new information here, and let me clear this out. We'll go back to our regular camera view here. Stick with me for just a second as I'll pop the radar back up. We have a brand new tornado warning, and this is actually a tornado emergency now for Caruthersville and Cayce in Missouri. This is a life-threatening situation with this storm, and it is headed toward Caruthersville, Cayce, and we'll go ahead and throw perhaps areas near Ridgely, Tennessee in this as well. Warning information includes the northern part of Dyer County, Lake County, and western and central sections of Obion County in Tennessee, also the far eastern sections of Pemiscot County in the Boot Heel of Missouri. That tornado warning is in effect until 8:45 this evening. And again, this is a catastrophic tornado. Catastrophic means that we're dealing with a high-end tornado. This is one that's been on the ground for the better part of likely 50 miles or more, all the way back since Jonesboro, Arkansas. It has done damage since then. I do have to let you know that there are some major communication problems right now with the National Weather Service chat. So in some ways, we're kind of flying blind as far as the damage reports. We're not getting that information as consistently as we would hope. But we really, at this point in time, there is absolutely no doubt about what we are seeing on this storm. Okay, we do have it. It is working on yours. So
trying our best here, guys, to get every piece of information we can.
This is, so we do have multiple reports of damage back in Arkansas. Right now, the tornado was observed near Steele. So let me clear this off and go in for a closer view here of what's going on with our tornado right now. Cayce, Missouri. This storm is on top of you right now. Tell you what, Mark, I'm going to head over to the wall so that we can do hand tracking on this.
So hang on, this was frozen. Give it a second.
Oh, okay. We're having some.
I think I got it back now. If you want to try it.
Okay. Yeah, no. If you want to go ahead and zoom in to that particular cell, we'll leave it on that camera view just for a moment. Again, the tornado emergency in effect for. Here, I'll hop out of the view just so that you can get that set. Cayce and Caruthersville, if you are not in your safe place of shelter right now, this is the time to go. You have to get to a basement if you have one. Make sure that you head to the lowest level of your home. Again, a tornado emergency means that a severe threat to life and property exists right now. So let's head back to radar and go over toward Cayce and Caruthersville. And if you want to go ahead and just zoom in there, this storm right now, and I'll take it from here.
You're good.
Okay. Storm is right here. We'll go down for a closer view of that. If you want to hit the magic track button, put that back in play.
It's on. All right. Yeah, for some reason it stopped working to me before, Trent, and I don't know why it's not working for you now.
All right. So let's go back over to...
I can drive it for you if you want.
Let's go back over to source 2. Okay. And let's try this. So right now, we're still seeing a debris ball with this storm. That is right here. This is not rain. This is where the tornado is picking stuff up, tossing it into the air. We've had signatures that this thing is tossing debris up to 20 and 25,000 feet high. It is going to do damage wherever it goes next. Let's turn on the debris tracker here.
I think I might have to drive it for you if you want.
Okay.
For some reason, I think we've lost our tracking. Not exactly the best time for this to happen, but if you want to stay there, I'll drive it for you with you.
Okay. What we want to do here is, so this is crossing Highway 155 right now, getting ready to cross Highway 84, then across the Mississippi River. Tornadoes, the rivers, a tornado like this, the river will have zero effect on it. If you've ever heard anything about tornadoes can't cross the river, that's a myth. This thing will continue to plow across the Mississippi River. It is going to continue to do damage here. This is the area that we're watching our tornado right now. Mark, if you want to head over to source 1, Noah's going to take control there.
Yep.
Okay. Here is our tornado. Cayce, Missouri. You guys are in the circulation here. This is our debris being lofted into the atmosphere, crossing I-55 right now, crossing Highway 84. The next in line is Hathaway and just passing to the north of Caruthersville. If you are in Caruthersville, it is very possible that this tornado could skirt across at least the northern part of town. You've got to be in your safe place of shelter now, but currently we're expecting this to head right along the Mississippi River, kind of some farmland over here in sections of Pemiscot County, and Ridgely, Tennessee. You guys are next in line. You guys have a tornado emergency, a tornado warning. It includes a tornado emergency for Cayce and Caruthersville. Current track is going to bring this thing near Ridgely at 8:27 this evening. Caruthersville, it's on top of you right now, but Ridgely at 8:27, Tiptonville at about 8:33. So if you live anywhere here along the Mississippi River, headed up into Lake County, you've got to be getting to your safe place of shelter now. This storm is moving at 50 miles per hour. There is absolutely no doubt that there is a tornado on the ground with this, likely a high-end tornado. We're talking about potentially EF-3, EF-4 type tornado because of just simply the signature that we're seeing on radar. The tornado is right here around Caruthersville. There's also the potential for over golf ball size hail with this storm as well. Golf ball to egg size hail. And we have a new tornado warning. And you see the hail tracks here. This is where the hail core has gone over the past half hour or so. Some of these pops of yellow where the hail is estimated between 1 and 2 inches. That is certainly enough to do damage to your vehicle. And if you want to zoom out just a little bit, Noah, let's get
a long track on this.
Yeah, let's put a track on this because what I want to show you, this thing has been on the ground now for probably about 50 miles, maybe more.
Okay.
There's nothing out ahead of this thing to slow it down. It's basically in its own environment. It's going to continue to plow along here. And notice back to our west, there's also more tornado warnings back coming up from where this one came from. Look how far this has been. This is where the tornado likely started, right here. Notice what's happened. It is not slowed down. It is continuing to just maintain its intensity.
Actually, it's speeding up.
It is speeding up just a little bit too.
We've completely lost our chat, which you and I are flying solo now. We're relying on our own analysis of the radar. We don't have any reports from the Weather Service, but just doing this behind the scenes trend, I'm getting about 60 miles an hour now, the forward speed, which was 50 before.
Ridgely, Tennessee, Union City. Listen, look at the polygon here. You guys are out of it, but you're right dead center from where it will be next. Fulton, possibly up into southern Graves County, parts of Hickman and Fulton County in Kentucky. You guys are in the path of this storm, and I don't see it slowing down. I don't see this storm fizzling out or going anywhere anytime soon. So, tracking where we have the next in line, Zenith, if you want to put that track back on there, that was actually a pretty helpful thing for us. As you know, this is kind of a very narrow little path. Mooring, 823, Tiptonville at 828, Old Fremont, this is where we're getting over toward Union City at 844, Woodland Mills at 849, so around 845 to 850 around the Union City, Tennessee area. This storm is going to be impacting you. This storm is going to be possibly sliding over toward Cayce, Fulton, South Fulton, close to 9 o'clock, okay? So about 45 minutes from now, the storm certainly could be impacting you. But right here, this is where we have a powerful tornado. It's right along the Mississippi River right now. The river is not going to affect it, folks. That's a myth. This thing will cross the river once or twice, and it will continue to go about and do its thing. It will pass very close to Mattie, Tennessee, Owl City, Tiptonville, Sandburg. If you live along Highway 78, Highway 122, or Highway 22 here, Lassiter's Corner, these are all areas that we have got to take shelter right now. Old Fremont in Tennessee. All right, let's go down, Noah, if you will. Let's go for a look at the velocity. And no doubt about it, this storm is still producing a tornado. We have very, very strong inbound and outbound winds. And
Trent, the velocity is so intense that
yeah.
I'm not sure if we could have two. This is either, it was a wedge tornado. Right now, I'm not entirely sure that we don't even have two tornadoes in here because was it a multi-vortex tornado? Possible, but either way, this is as serious as a threat as we get. And by the way,
this is probably, yeah, so look, you're talking about here, you know, well over 100-mile-per-hour winds in one direction. And this is probably a very wide tornado as well. It very well could be a half mile or mile wide. All right, and here's a look at our kind of the 3D scan. And here's what I want you to notice. Notice how there's not a whole lot of rain showing up in this one area. That's because it's being sucked up. This is probably debris being lofted up into the storm as well, probably to a height of about 20,000 feet. So it's stuff that's being blown up there. Part of what you're seeing here is some of those darker colors. And there probably is some hail too. This is probably some hail mixed in with some debris in this tornado. All right, let's go back and let's go back to the normal home view, and then we'll zoom back down here for a closer look at. I want to put the actual debris tracker on there and see what we're dealing with as far as debris. Notice how our tornado warning is in purple. That purplish color, that's a sign that this is a catastrophic tornado situation coming up here out of the Boot Heel, Missouri into northwest Tennessee. If you would, let's put the tornado debris tracker on here. All right, you see right here, yeah, leave that there right just for a second. See that blue? That blue is where there's different stuff that's being picked up. What we normally look for with this debris tracker signature, you notice how it's real red right there? Red means everything is kind of the same. It's raindrops, nothing else in there. When you get these blues and greens, that's where the radar is saying, hey, there's all kinds of stuff here. It's different size, different shape. That's debris. That's where damage has been done, and that stuff is up in the air, floating around and blowing around, and that is where we find the tornado. So it's gone from roughly the intersection of 84 and Highway I-55, and it's going to track just near or just to the north of Ridgely. If you live anywhere between Tiptonville and Ridgely, you've got to prepare for this storm right now. Tiptonville, you guys are probably going to get some large hail out of this storm. Those bright shades of purple, you just saw it flash white there on the screen. That's where we're probably seeing at least golf ball size hail, maybe larger. That's headed toward Tiptonville. Get your cars into the garage if you can. Same story around Sandburg. Mooring, Tennessee, you've got less than 5 minutes. You're probably in the direct path of the tornado. We've got to get to our basement if we have one, lowest level of our home, get as many walls between you and the outside as you can. If you've got a helmet, get that on your head, protect yourself from any flying debris. Grab a blanket, mattress, put that over you as you take shelter, and make sure that you take your phone with you so that you can stay connected to us as we continue to report here on air and on Facebook Live. Up towards Sandburg, Tennessee, you guys, 8:35, so we've got about 15 minutes, and most likely you guys will be in the path of the area of rotation, likely in the path of the tornado there in Sandburg. I heard the printer. I believe we got some new information perhaps coming out.
All right, so this is an update to the tornado warning. the tornado emergency that continues.
Okay.
Just going through social media, we've got reports that there's been significant structural damage from this tornado. We've got reports that it's hit a nursing home already. We've got photos confirming this. Here, Trent, take a look at this before you go back. That's taken a few minutes ago. If you want to try to drive this here so I can restart this, we can try to get the tracking back up.
Okay.
Try to see if I can go over there and get it up. Mark, if you could pull up Trent at the pod real quick. We're going to try to restart one of our systems so we can control the radar from the green screen. But Trent, something to remind everybody, if you live in a mobile home in northern Obion County, or we'll go as far out now to give people that warning, now to say Fulton area, southern Fulton and Hickman counties, you need to be starting to prepare to get to your place of shelter now without waiting. Because this shows no signs of stopping its path. Now let's take a quick big picture so we don't get tunnel vision on everybody else. Illinois, you're quiet. The rest of Kentucky, you're quiet. We are seeing 2 more tornado warnings in the greater Jonesboro area. These are on the coattails of this tornado emergency in Lake County. We cannot tell you this in clear enough, any clear possible language. If you are in any of the following cities, towns, or roads: Mooring, Missouri, Tipton, Obion, Levy Road, Lower Windberg Road, Old Ridgely Road, Owl City, shelter, cover your head, bathroom, bathtub, now. Sandburg, you're up next. Tiptonville, you're up next. Let's zoom this out. I know a lot of people on our feed are asking for a long track of this. We'll give it to you right here. It's moving at 60 miles an hour. That's the forward speed. Now, this is not the arrival of rain. This is just the tornado. In fact, let me do it a little bigger so we account for some more margin of error. This is the tornado. So this is not the rain, not the lightning, not the hail. This is the path of the tornado, which could it eventually bend and hook more to the southeast? Sure. We've seen this. Trent, you've seen this in your career here. I've seen this since I've been following weather too. You and I both know there's a chance this could, take a more southerly path with time. I'm not saying that's going to happen, but we're saying that because if you live here in northern Weekly, southern Graves, everybody here, even if you're outside this cone, needs to be on alert because there's no guarantee that this supercell follows a direct northeast path.
Hey, Noah, if you would, why don't you go ahead and restart your system. Mark, if you want to take source 2, you can come, actually, if you want to come over on cam just for a moment and take source 2. We'll get right back to that storm in just a second. I did want to make mention, you may have seen on your screen here, tornado warning in effect for parts of Hopkins and Christian County. I just want to give you a quick heads up. That storm is basically already out of the local 6 area. So that is not a concern for the immediate local 6 area. Again, Hopkins, Christian County, you see on the bottom of your screen that there is a tornado warning in effect. That storm's already moved out. It's over toward the Central City area. So that one is essentially one that will kind of let go. You do see that on your camera or on your screen there. But that one will kind of let folks to our east take that. We've got to go back over to the storm. Let's clear that out. The storm that is in Tennessee right now, we have had reports of semis that have been rolled on I-55 near Cayce in Missouri, and we've had numerous power flashes and perhaps some explosions that were reported near I-55 back toward Cayce. That is the storm that is now to the northwest of Ridgely, Tennessee. The tornado is in this area right here, and so we'll put our distance tool on this. Rotation is less than 6 miles to the southwest of Tiptonville in Tennessee. And let me put the wind scope back on here so you can see what we are dealing with as far as the winds inside the storm. And this thing is, again, just really, really a very dangerous, powerful tornado. Let's go back here to the velocity. This is just incredible, something that we really haven't seen often around here. If you live in between Tiptonville and Ridgely, mooring right now in Tennessee, the tornado is on top of you. If you live in Owl City, you've got less than a minute likely to get to your safe place of shelter. For those of you that live on Highway Tennessee 21 leading east out of Tiptonville, and Highway 22 leading into Sandburg, down toward Dog Branch Hollow Road, Webb Store Road, Shawtown Road, Kingdom Road, over toward Hornbeak area in Tennessee. This is where the storm is headed next. And again, we're talking about a large, powerful, confirmed tornado that has done considerable damage already and will continue to do damage as it moves on to the east. Let me see if we can put the storm reports on here. Try to clear off the radar for a moment and see if those reports will come up for us. Not sure if the Weather Service has had time to get all of those in. We do see one report. Yeah, this was about 20 minutes ago, large tornado on the ground. So we'll go back over to Tennessee. And let's put this into motion so we can get a better idea of where it is headed next. We're kind of getting into a spot where this storm is a little far away from the Memphis radar site, and it's also kind of a little farther away from the Paducah site. So we may start to lose a little bit of the definition that we've seen from this storm. It looks a little more ragged right now on radar, but I'm certainly not ready to say that the storm is losing its structure just yet. I think we're probably dealing with an issue where it's getting closer or getting farther away from the radar site. Let me turn this back over to the debris tracker. Let me put that tool back on the screen, and there is still an area of debris that's being picked up. You see the blues and the greens. This is near Tiptonville. Tiptonville, Tennessee, you guys are in line for a powerful tornado to hit any minute. It is on your doorstep. You've got to get to a safe place of shelter right now. In fact, the National Weather Service just issuing a brand new tornado warning out ahead of this. Let me zoom out and we're going to get the information on that warning to you. So it now looks like those of you in portions of Weakley County, or I'm sorry, Obion County, are now in a tornado warning. Let's get that. Tornado warning for northwestern Obion and northeastern Lake County until 9:15. Large, dangerous tornado is located near Tiptonville, near the Reelfoot Lake State Park area, moving northeast at 50 miles per hour. This is a dangerous, life-threatening situation. It will be around Clayton at 8:50. It will be around Union City at 8:55 tonight. Again, Union City. You guys, so I'm a little concerned here because Union City was not drawn into that polygon. So the alerts may not be going off in Union City. If you live in Union City, if you're watching right now or you have friends that live there, family members, you need to give them a call and tell them you've got a really dangerous storm that's going to be in your backyard at 8:55 or so. Go ahead and take shelter. Even if you're not under the official tornado warning, yeah, it may pass just to our north, but we've got to get to shelter there. Also, the hail size is going up. We're talking about 2.5-inch hailstones with this thing north of the Tiptonville area. That is destructive hail. If you live anywhere out ahead of this, hail is going to be a very big concern for those of you north of Tiptonville. If you live up toward Choctaw, McCutcheon Road, Walnut Log Road, Mount Manuel Church, Holloway Road, where Highway 22 takes a bit of a curve to the north, over toward Mount Olive Road, Newman Glover Road, north of Old Fremont. you guys can expect possibly up to baseball-size hail out of this storm. You see those bright shades of purple around the Tiptonville area. Again, possibly up to baseball-size hail with this storm, 2.5 inches, the hail size. The rotation is still very much present in this storm. I'll give you a look at what that looks like again. We've noticed there is a little bit, we are certainly still looking at an incredibly powerful area of rotation here around the Tiptonville, Tennessee area. And we have some new warnings coming in now. They have extended the tornado warnings into western Kentucky on this now. So let's go and give you that information here. Tornado warning now in effect until 9:30 for Fulton, Hickman, and South Central. Those are in Kentucky and South Central Mississippi County and Missouri. Again, large, confirmed, incredibly dangerous tornado near Tiptonville and Reelfoot Lake. This is moving northeast at 55 miles per hour. This storm will be near Hickman at 8:55, Cayce at around 9:05, Clinton at 9:10, and Fulgham at around 9:15. May also include areas of I-69 in Kentucky between mile markers 1 and 8. And that would be near the 9 o'clock hour. This is a very powerful, dangerous, life-threatening tornado that is in Tiptonville, Tennessee right now and is going to be moving off to the north. The hail size you see there on the screen, 1 inch. I have every reason to think that we probably have hail that's bigger than that, but we're certainly looking at hail of at least quarter size to possibly golf ball size hail. So I want to put a track on this. From Tiptonville, it is moving off to the northeast at 55 miles per hour. And I want you to watch where this thing goes next. So Hickman, 8:52. It's going to pass near or just north and northwest of Union City before 8:52. Cayce at 9 o'clock. Clinton possibly in the line of this storm at 9:06. Wingo at 9:19, and Mayfield at 9:27. Those are areas where we could see this storm have potential major impacts. It may deviate from its track just a little bit, but at this point in time, it looks like it's going to go in the direction of Hickman. So you guys really need to be finding shelter right now. You've got about 20 minutes. If you're in Hickman, if you're in any part of Fulton County in Kentucky, eastern sections of Hickman County, and into central Graves County. If you live in a mobile home, you need to be finding more substantial shelter now. If you've got friends or family in a nearby home, a sturdier structure, you guys have got to get to a safe place of shelter right now. Go ahead and make that trip, get to somewhere else. You do not want to be in a mobile home in the path of this storm. If you live in a home, get to the basement if you have one. Put as many walls between you and the outside as you can. And let's go down for a closer view of what is currently going on with this storm. This thing is an extremely powerful and dangerous tornado on the ground around Tiptonville, Tennessee right now. I cannot stress enough that we have not seen a tornado signature like this in our area in a long time. This is an extremely powerful storm that is likely causing tremendous damage right now around the Tiptonville area. Let's see, Mark, if we can, let's try out, I'm going to try going back to the green screen. I believe we've got that system reset. Source 2 is starting to stall. I'm going to go over to the wall. Noah stepped out to speak with some folks in the newsroom. Again, if you live in Tiptonville right now, headed over towards Sandburg, this is an extremely dangerous situation for you right now. All right, so let's And before I move out here, we've got a new tornado warning here in western Kentucky. Let's cover that real quick before we go back down into Tennessee. And also, for those of you in the boot heel, there's another storm that's coming right in the exact same track as the one that we're dealing with right now. Let me go over here and touch base on a new tornado warning that was just issued here in western Kentucky. This is a tornado warning for southern sections of Caldwell County, extreme northeastern sections of Trigg County, over into sections of Christian and Hopkins County. And this is a radar indicated area of rotation. Crofton and St. Charles, you guys are included in that warning. Let me stop the radar here, and I'll put the velocity on. And there is some rotation right here. It's on the Caldwell and Christian County line. It's not particularly strong. Hopefully that's a good thing for us. But this thing is headed across Highway 109. It will pass near or just to the north of Crofton. So again, tornado warning there. At this point, that's a radar indicated area of rotation. We'll keep an eye on that. But right now, we've got a life-threatening situation here in northwest Tennessee and getting ready to move into western Kentucky. So we're going to go back down for a closer view of this storm, and we likely have a very powerful, dangerous tornado on the ground. We're going to go down for a closer view here and give you some street level mapping of where this is headed next. It's going to be going right along Highway 22. So if you live in Highway 22 in Obion County in Tennessee, it is extremely important that you take shelter right now. All right, let me go back here. Okay, did you take me out of play?
No, you should be good. You're good.
Okay.
Yeah, you should be in play. You're good. Is it not working?
The hand tracking stopped working on me. All right. We'll just kind of do this manually right now. Tremendous amount of lightning with this storm, and that is a signature of an extremely healthy and powerful, dangerous storm. And I cannot emphasize enough. I've been here 14 years. I don't think I've ever seen a radar signature that was as well defined as this one. This is just an incredibly dangerous situation that we've got going on here in northwest Tennessee. There is still a debris ball that's very evident on radar. It's just a couple miles to the east of Tiptonville, and it is continuing to move quickly off to the northeast. So it is around Sandburg right now. Guys, if you live in Sandburg, it's on top of you right now. Out ahead of this, where are we headed next? This storm is going to be tracking near Woodland Mills, Tennessee. So Union City, it looks like the worst of this is going to pass just to your northwest. If you live in Woodland Mills, you've got less than 5 minutes to get to a safe place of shelter, as this is a very dangerous, possibly life-threatening tornado. Don't say that to scare you, but there is a definite sense of urgency with this thing. It is very possible we're talking about potentially a strong EF-4 type or above tornado. This thing has been on the ground now for, goodness, well over an hour. We've been getting reports of damage. Where is it heading next? Let me put a track on this. It's moving pretty quickly at 55 miles per hour. I'm going to track the part of this that is rotating.
We've got other tornadoes on the ground, Trent, coming in out of Arkansas.
Yeah.
Got the chat back up now.
So we've got Hickman. This thing is going to pass close enough to you guys that we're going to have to, we need to be taking shelter in Hickman. If you don't see the tornado, you will see hail, possibly between ping pong ball size hail. Not out of the question that we could have larger, close to golf ball size. You're at 853. Clinton at around 907. Wingo at 919. Mayfield, if this thing continues on this current path, it's going to get into central sections of Graves County, and that would be around 9:28 this evening. There are additional storms out there that we're watching closely. There is a tornado warning here for those of you over in Christian County, and this looks now like it is a stronger area of rotation, and it's getting ready to cross Highway 109. So those of you over toward Manning and up toward Nortonville, possible tornado here with area of rotation that's moving across, getting ready to move across the Christian and Hopkins County line in just a few moments. But really, really concerned about this storm that's coming up out of Tiptonville. It's currently near Sandburg. It is, yeah.
This is not to this makes any difference, but this is an EF-4 level debris that's been on there. The wind speed pixel now there is 135.
Yeah, I mean this.
You zoom into that,
guys. We just cannot emphasize enough how dangerous this storm is.
A couple things to share with you, Trent.
Yeah, go for it.
Got the chat back up. We have alleged fatalities and injuries at a nursing home in Craighead County, and building collapses near Mooring. This is all from the same tornado. So this has now produced significant damage. We've been telling you this for the better half of 40 minutes now, but this is coming in now that it's confirmed. We're getting this out. Roofs off, buildings destroyed, injuries, and unfortunately now it appears this tornado has done at least one fatality in its track over the past hour. If you want, maybe we can try to restart that to get it back again, or try it now.
Yeah, let's see.
We've been having some technical stuff, guys, behind the camera. Bear with us here.
Yeah, we're gonna have to restart.
I don't know how.
Let's go. Let's go back to source 2. If you don't mind to restart that for me, Mark, if you would. We're gonna go back over to Max 2. Looks like we've got that on. Okay. Okay, I gotcha. So right now, if you live in Old Fremont and Woodland Mills, life-threatening situation right now. Folks, we've got to get to a safe place of shelter. If you have friends, family that are there, make sure that they know there is a tornado on the ground. It is headed toward your area. Beyond that, in western Kentucky, Cayce, Moscow, Crutchfield, Fulton, Fulgham, Water Valley, Wingo, you guys are in the path of this storm. You guys have got to be taking shelter right now. If you live in central Graves County, if you live in eastern sections of Hickman County, Fulton County, you've got 20, 30 minutes. If you live in a mobile home, you have to go somewhere else. You cannot be in a mobile home in this storm. It is an extremely dangerous storm that we're dealing with here. Let me give you a track out ahead of this thing and let you know where it is going next. So tracking the rotation right now, moving to the northeast at about 55 miles per hour. And I'm going to track it way out here, okay? So, Hickman at 8:53, Cayce at 9 o'clock, Water Valley at 9:13, Mayfield at 9:27, Golo at 9:36, Benton, Kentucky at 9:47, about an hour from now. This thing has been on the ground for an hour. There's no reason to think that it's not going to continue on. This is an extremely rare, incredibly dangerous storm, long track tornado, and it is certainly possible that this thing could get up into central Graves County in 45 minutes and possibly into Marshall County within about an hour. So if you're watching from those areas, just be aware that you guys may come under a tornado warning here, possibly within the next half hour or so. But let's go back down for a street level view of this storm right now. And I'm telling you, this is just an incredible storm. I cannot emphasize enough how dangerous of a storm we're talking about here. Okay. Let's see if we can get the debris tracker going. It's having some. There's so much information that the radar is trying to process here. It's just having a real hard time. There is certainly still some indications that debris is being picked up here in between Sandburg and Old Fremont. Basically right along and just south of Highway 22, there are signs of debris being picked up here on radar. You go back to the actual reflectivity here. You see that there is a hook, and this is a textbook example of what we would see during a tornado, headed toward Woodland Mills right now. You have any luck over there?
Getting some stuff in from people. Just keeping up with you here while you've been going on with the still getting in though, Trent, from the Arkansas. Not that this changes the future impact, but when this was, it's just starting to now come out. I'm starting to see it. And by the way, not that this makes any difference to the coverage, we can now refer to this as a tri-state tornado. This has been on the ground now.
Just got a report.
3 states.
Just saw a report in 8:38, Sandburg, Tennessee. The fire station took a direct hit, and people are trapped with damage. Again, Sandburg Fire Station took a direct hit.
In your time here, Trent, compare this to something. I mean, this has to be above an I mean, the return is suggesting this is above an EF-4. I mean,
here's the thing. I don't know that it's a good idea to place a rating on this right now. But I will say that in 14 years here, I have not seen a storm that is as dangerous and powerful as this one. This tornado has been on the ground now, since back past Jonesboro, Arkansas. In fact, let me use our little measuring tool here and just kind of a rough estimate. I mean, I think it is certainly possible that this thing, I don't know if we're going to see a continuous damage track, but we've seen a strong signature of a tornado for over 100 miles now.
Wow. That's insane.
If that panned out to be true, we're talking about a historic tornado. We're talking about one that's going to go in the history books. I don't know if that's the case right now. That would just be speculation. I'm simply talking about that we've seen rotation for that long. But yeah, this is truly once in a generation type supercell storm. I have not seen anything that is this long lived and this powerful. So those of you in Tennessee right now, if you live in Woodland Mills, this storm is on top of you right now. Old Fremont, you see where the radar takes a hook. When we say hook, I'll draw this on here, if it'll let me. This is what we're talking about. That is where it's rain-free because everything is moving up. It's an updraft. It is a tornado. Woodland Mills, you guys you have to be in your safe place right now. Where's it headed next? It's going to cross the Kentucky-Tennessee state line. It's going to go across Highway 166 and Highway 125. It's going near Cayce, Moscow, and then Highway 51 that comes down toward Highway 1529, Highway 94, the intersection's there near Crutchfield, and over just to the north of Fulton, Kentucky. Water Valley. Then it will go near Fulgham and over toward Wingo along the Purchase Parkway and I-69. If it continues on this path, it will end up in central Graves County, possibly near the Mayfield area. So what's your timing on that? Let's put another track on that. We're going to put it, again, I'm going to track the rotating part of the storm off to the northeast at about 55 miles per hour. That's the current forward speed. So Cayce, we now have less than 10 minutes. What you're probably going to see in Cayce is some very heavy rain, maybe some hail. That's the very beginning of the storm. Then the rotating part is going to come up on the back side of the storm. Fulgham at around 9:12, Wingo at 9:19, Mayfield at 9:27, and then Benton, Kentucky at around 9:47. So it is incredibly possible that we could see the storm get into central Graves and central Marshall County. So just stay tuned as we continue to track this thing and keep your eye on it. But right now, just an incredible situation as this thing is getting ready to cross over into the Kentucky and Tennessee state line. Do you want to try things out at the wall just for a second, Noah?
Sure, and actually, Trent, I just was able to find this out to share with you. In Monette, Arkansas, Monette, 20 trapped, 5 injured, and unfortunately, as of now, 2 people have lost their life.
This was the nursing home?
Yeah.
Okay.
And we've got buildings that have been destroyed. Look, we've been talking about it. Trent's been telling you this for going on an hour now. This has produced damage, and I'm just starting to get caught up with the amount of damage that this has been doing. And we cannot stress enough, wind speed rating, that's irrelevant at this point. The messaging here is that this is a large and dangerous tornado that has now spanned 3 states. We have no indication that it will weaken anytime soon. If you're watching, as Trent has just told you, there's rain starting from Fulton to Clinton, Kentucky. If you're in Graves, we're putting you on warning. This is your early warning. Central Graves, start preparing now. If you have a bike helmet, if you have a baseball helmet, go get it out of the garage, park your cars in the garage in the Mayfield area, Western Graves, and just outside of Clinton. Again, there will be rain first, then if you're on the north side, as Trent has said, hail, and then the tornado on the southern side. We've had debris with this thing that has been lofted above 25,000 feet in the atmosphere. At the current moment, Union City, to be crystal clear, there is no threat. Woodland Mills. If you are in Woodland Mills right now, you need to be sheltered. Cover your head in your bathtub, put pillows over your head. This is the tornado going across over the Kentucky-Tennessee border. There's so many damage reports on this tornado, I can't even catch up with what's been going on. Very large hail on the northern side, but what I want to focus on right now for you is the debris, because that is how we're going to confirm where this is. We've had reports of actually, Trent, forgot to mention this from a few minutes ago, debris, I don't know if it's debris fallout. The debris got lofted so high in the atmosphere. The debris signature is not quite as clear right now. There it is. Boom, there you go. This is the tornado right there. That is a tornado. The lowering of the correlation coefficient, that tells us that is the tornado. It has been fluctuating, at least it's a little bit behind, but that is it. Let's zoom in and tell you street level where this is going. There are no stronger words to tell you. Woodland Mills, Tennessee, you've got a violent tornado right now, any minute now. Woodland Mills Road, this is going to cross over the state line into Kentucky. Let's move this up and get you caught up with more roads and parts of the area where this is going to pass right over. State Route 116W, tornado coming, 5 minutes. Off of 125, tornado coming. As we're getting into Cayce, Kentucky. Cayce, Kentucky, it's raining right now. In fact, the rain is going to stop. If you're watching in Cayce, let's zoom this out. Anywhere between 166-94, you need to be sheltered now. Where 239 intersects 94. This is your tornado, and it's coming right for you. Cayce, Kentucky. If you live or are watching, now is the time. If you're in a mobile home ahead of this, you must find and seek your place of shelter now. We've been talking about this all week, about how find your shelter. We told you this morning. Trent was in this morning. Know where you're going to go. Now is the time to be calm and to think about where you're going to go out ahead of this. That's the tornado. Cayce, where are you going to go? If you're in a mobile home, just to the south of Clinton, Fulgham, Kentucky, anywhere on 307 right now, if you're watching right here, where are you going to go? Innermost room, bathroom, closet. You need to go there now. You've got about 5 minutes. Cayce, probably going to pass just to the south of Clinton. Fulgham up next. Bigger picture, let's put a bigger view on this. Hickory, Fancy Farm, Mayfield, in that triangle of west central Graves. This is going to be about the approximate path of the tornado. That is it right there. Mayfield, it's coming for you in that area. Maybe not directly, we can't say that, but the point is central Graves, folks, 30 to 45 minutes, this is going to be coming through. There's no reason to believe it won't. Let's do a quick deep dive into the velocity. Again, this tornado has now spanned 3 states. In Trent, I can't even read some of the stuff that's on the internet now. There's been bad damage from this, very bad damage reports. The velocity is so strong, Trent. I don't know if you want to weigh your opinion on this. I mean, there's so much going on in that small space. I mean, it's in there somewhere. Yeah, I actually saw a photo, and I don't believe that we have the ability to use it. It was from a storm chaser in Arkansas. There were 2 tornadoes on the ground at the same time, back around Jonesboro. Wow. I'm pretty sure that was. Oh gosh, that was probably at least an hour ago, I believe. But I mean, this is likely a generational type thunderstorm. This is something that in 14 plus years, I have not seen a storm this powerful in our area. This is really, it is a life-threatening situation, friends. You know that you know my style, our style. We like to just shoot straight with you. If you are in Cayce, if you are in Fulgham, Water Valley, Wingo, Fulton, Central and Southern Graves County, guys, this storm is not going to. It's going to keep going, and you've got to get into a safe place of shelter. Remember, if you live in a home with a basement, obviously that's the best place to go. If you live in a home, regular old, ranch-style home, 2-story home, get to the lowest level, get to a hallway, closet, interior room, the smaller the better. Put as many walls between you and the outside as you can. If you live in Fulgham, your time is almost up. If you live in Wingo, if you live in Central Graves County and you're in a mobile home, you cannot stay there tonight. You've got to go somewhere else. If this thing hits and you're in a mobile home, the mobile home will not make it. So you've got to get somewhere else. You need to go to a substantial building and get away from this thing if you're out ahead of it. That's why we're trying to give you so much lead time, even into Central Marshall County, Northern Callaway. Don't take a chance on it. Just go to a more sturdy building right now. This thing is on top of Cayce right now and is headed toward Fulgham and just along Crutchfield, along 51. It's getting ready to cross Highway 51. There will be a dangerous tornado cross Highway 51 near the Hickman-Fulton County line, and it will then go over toward Fulgham along 307.
Trent.
Oh, my goodness.
Cayce, Kentucky. I mean, remember, this is delayed, what, about maybe 2 minutes?
Yeah.
So really, Cayce, this is on top of you. There is a violent tornado wrecking havoc right now in Cayce, Kentucky. This is showing behind Cayce, but that is an ugly radar return. I mean, it does not get, we've been telling you now, there are no more words that we can tell you. This is the highest end of highest end tornado. It's in Cayce right now.
This is a catastrophic tornado. There is no doubt about it. We are talking about a tornado that will be one of the strongest to hit our area in the past number of years. This is what we're dealing with right now. If you have friends, family that are in the path of this storm, from Fulgham to Water Valley and Wingo, cannot emphasize enough. You are talking about a life or death decision. If you live in a mobile home out ahead of this thing, you have to go somewhere else. If you do not take shelter, you are going to be in the path of a life-threatening tornado right now. This is just incredible. And again, if you live in central and southern Graves County, you're not under a tornado warning yet. You will be soon. You might as well treat it as if you are right now.
There's that track coming up for Graves. A lot of people, Trent, asking about McCracken and Paducah. Fair to say we can both agree we're good with this one in Paducah, in at least Paducah proper, no? Fair to say? I would think so.
Yeah, this storm is going to go south of Paducah.
So those of you wondering and watching in Paducah, Ballard, Massac, there is no threat to you. There is no threat to you from this. This is the track of the debris. Dublin, Fulgham, Hickory, Simpsonia. I'm going to leave the track on here while this will go away, but I want to zoom into some more roads and towns that are in the path, the direct path of what is going to be a remarkably bad tornado. 307, shelter now. Dublin, shelter now. Northwestern sides of Mayfield, heading north on 45. If you've got friends, coworkers, family that are at work right now in Mayfield or are trying to travel to Mayfield, you need to tell them to stop. This is a violent tornado that is going to cross over 45 on the north end of Mayfield. It is doing immense damage right now as we are speaking. Let's zoom this in a little more. Is it possible this could hook a little southeast? Remember, this is the path I just put on of that debris. Is it possible it could hook and hit Mayfield? Sure. There's no official warning yet, but Trent and I are giving you that warning. You need to be treating this right now. Hickory, 440 corridor down to Dublin. Heck, will include Fancy Farm. There might as well be a tornado warning for you right now. There's going to be shortly. This is continuing. Beyond that point, let's move this to the north. Bose, you're at play here. Simpsonia, 131. If you live between Hickory and Simpsonia off of 131, and eventually northwestern Marshall County, which already had that tornado warning earlier. Real quick, Trent, because I see behind me we have a new severe thunderstorm warning. We want to keep our attention, I think, on this tornado. Well, my gosh, man. But there's more coming. We've got our eye on this. Trent and I are going to do our best here to monitor both complexes. So that's a severe thunderstorm warning that's coming into Stoddard County that just got issued. That includes Sykeston. We'll be watching this if that turns tornadic, and also down into Arkansas. So those of you who just got hit by this coming out of Jonesboro, there's 2 more tornado warnings that are there right now. Let me move this back up and leave this with you here, Trent. We're keeping you in our, man.
All right, so here's what we're dealing with right now. Guys, this is a life-threatening tornado that's coming across the Hickman and Fulton County line right now. If you live on Highway 51, right along the county line, it's here. It's on top of you right now. You have to be in your place of shelter. Fulgham, down 307 toward Water Valley. This is going to cross your area momentarily. We are not talking about a small tornado. This is an extremely dangerous, catastrophic tornado that we're dealing with. I want to show you again the wind or the debris signature with this. You see this ball right here. There is zero doubt that we have incredible damage being done right now with this storm. The red shades is where the radar is seeing everything the same. The blue, that is where we have debris. That's where the radar is picking up all of the stuff that is being destroyed right now. And there is absolutely no doubt that this thing is going to continue to cause damage as it moves off to the northeast. I believe we've got a new warning, so let's go out and get you that information. We've been telling you about this now, and we're hearing, we're actually hearing the alarms here.
Okay, so I'll turn that off. So it's a new tornado, Trent. I'll give this to you here so you can read it. This does have the tag of PDS tornado warning. Would you like this? It does include the tip of McCracken. So real quick, before Trent gives that to you, if you hear your warnings in McCracken, it's just because it includes part of the county. This is going to pass south of Paducah. This will pass south of Paducah.
Okay, so let me get you this information. Tornado warning until 9:45 for Graves and Marshall County in Kentucky. This includes Benton, Fair Dealing, Mayfield, and Simpsonia. Notice there's the possibility of nearly baseball-size hail on the north side of the storm. There is also, this is an observed tornado. It is a catastrophic tornado. This is the strongest tornado that I have seen in my time here in nearly 15 years. This thing is headed toward Mayfield at 9:30, Benton at 9:45. There is no stopping this thing. It is going to continue to move forward. This thing is incredibly well defined. This is one that you'd find in the textbooks. If you were looking for a hook echo, this is what you're going to look at. It's moving. Forward speed is still 55 miles per hour. So I want to give you a look at where it's headed next. And again, for those of you that are in McCracken County, you guys may have heard your phones go off, okay? If you're hearing the buzzing and the beeping of your phones right now, in McCracken County, we're okay. We are good in McCracken. What happened is that this polygon just kind of touched the border, and the way that those alerts, the wireless alerts on your phone, if any part of the county is affected, the whole county goes off. So we're good in McCracken. There's no need to worry with this storm right now. But the tornado is here near Cayce, Kentucky. It's moving to the northeast at 55 miles per hour. So Wingo at 9:19, Mayfield at 9:27, perhaps around Kirksey, Kentucky at 9:40, Benton at 9:46. Calvert City, I think we're probably going to be more in the hail threat with this storm if it ends up in your area. 9:54 for Calvert City. But listen, Mayfield, this is really, really serious. Now is your time to get to shelter. Do not wait any longer. There is no doubt that this storm is headed in our direction. It is producing a life-threatening, very destructive tornado. If you live in a mobile home in Mayfield, you have to get out of it. Get to a neighbor's house, a friend, a family member, and get to a home. Put as many walls between you and the outside as you can. Stay away from windows. If your kid plays ball, you got a bike helmet that you can put on, a baseball helmet. Get those. Maybe pull the mattress off of the bed. Put that over you as you take shelter in your hallway, closet, bathroom. Make sure that you've got some padding, blankets, anything that you can put between you and the outside to protect yourself. This storm is not going to go away. Let's go back to our velocity scan and go down for street level mapping again on where this is headed. I cannot emphasize enough how strong of a tornado this is. So right here, this is where we find the tornado. It is right along, it's just past Highway 51, and that happened about, let's put our distance here. It's currently about 4 miles southwest of Fulgham. It just hit Cayce. It is going to hit near or just to the south of Fulgham along 307. Fulton, Kentucky, you guys are, it's just to the north of you. You guys are going to end up being out of the direct path of the tornado. It is going to probably pass very close to Wingo or just to the north of Wingo. Wingo, it is way too close for comfort. You've got to be in your safe place right now. Let me go down here for a closer view. Do you have something new, Noah?
Damage coming out of Cayce just now.
Okay.
Damage coming
I'm
out
sure
of Cayce,
there's significant damage right now.
Yes.
In Cayce. So the tornado right now is just in the north of Crutchfield. It is along It's getting ready to hit 307 near Fulgham. So where is it going next? Let's do some movement here on the camera. Just to the north or just to the south of Fulgham. It will likely cross the county line into Graves County, very close to Highway 58 and over toward the Purchase Parkway. It is likely going to go along the Purchase Parkway or I-69 in between Wingo and Mayfield over about the next perhaps 10 minutes or so. So we'll zoom back out here. I do want to make sure that we cover all of our bases. There are other storms in the area, but this one certainly is the one that is just, I just cannot emphasize enough how powerful this tornado is. We do have a severe thunderstorm warning out in Tennessee, or in Missouri rather, Dexter and over toward Malden, certainly some areas of very strong winds. But if you're in central Graves County and if you're in central Marshall County, you have to get to shelter right now. Let me go back down for a closer view, and I want to see how our debris tracker is looking.
Ugh.
I mean, this is just a gigantic area of debris that's being picked up here. This is the worst of it. This is really kind of mind-blowing here. I mean, we were talking about a very high-end tornado. It would not be, I don't think it would be wise to give it a rating, but we're not talking about, you know, an EF-1. This is an EF-3, 4, you know, this is it. This is the storm that we're going to be talking about for years in our area, okay? That's what we're dealing with. Mayfield, Wingo, we've got to get to shelter right now. This storm has had a signature of a tornado on it for over 100 miles. I don't know that it's had a continuous track of damage for that long, but it has shown signs of being a powerful tornado for nearly or over 100 miles. This is one that is just simply going to be a historic tornado in our area. Cannot emphasize that enough. Let's, again, kind of give you a track here. I want to make sure that we've got our timing down here on when we have until this storm hits. So we're going to zoom out here, and again, for our friends in Mayfield, central Graves County, you're right directly in the path of this thing. Let's do this. I want to put a loop on it so that we make sure that we have the exact correct motion on the storm. So you see it came up here over Woodland Mills, Cayce, and I mean it's going directly toward Mayfield, guys, and the time is getting closer for us. So let's put our, actually let's go back, we'll do a cone track on this at 55 miles per hour. So it is going to be moving up into sections of central Graves County, Mayfield. Again, we're talking about 9:27 approximate arrival time. It is now 9:13. We've got 14 minutes until a very powerful, catastrophic tornado is in or around the Mayfield area. Golo at 9:36, Benton at 9:48. And if you draw a line from where the storm is now to Mayfield to Benton, it is very possible that it tracks exactly in that line. So Benton, 9:48, Central Marshall County, right now things are not too bad for you. Within the next half hour, we could be talking about a life-altering tornado. You've got to get to shelter. If you're in a mobile home in Central Marshall County, go somewhere else now. Don't wait any longer because it will be too dangerous to be out on the roadways. If you're in Central Graves County, you need to be sheltering in place where you are. This thing is moving at 55 miles per hour and it's on the county line. Calvert City, you guys in the track at 9:56, we're probably talking about the hail threat in Calvert City. And I don't want to forget about the hail threat. Again, let me go back to regular radar. And within the part of the storm that's just to the north of the rotation and the tornado, there is the potential for up to golf ball to baseball size hail. And that is possible around Fancy Farm and just south. It's going to be north of Mayfield along Highway 45 up toward Hickory, over toward the state police station over there. Fancy Farm and point southward. Now's the time. Let's go ahead and get that car in the garage and cover that up, because this is not hail that we want to mess with. We're talking about potentially, again, up to baseball size hail with this thing. Radar's it's having a hard time picking up on the hail size, but I want you to look here south of Fulgham. And again, and this is something that, quite honestly, I haven't seen here before. This is something that it's beyond what we have tracked in our area before. This purple right here is a debris ball. It is where stuff is being lifted up into the atmosphere 20, 25, 30,000 feet in the air. It's trees, it's homes, vehicles, and it is going right for central sections of Graves County. There is zero doubt that we have a very catastrophic tornado ongoing right there. Let me zoom down here. It's going to be awfully hard to get a real accurate reading on exactly how big of a storm we're talking about. If you measure this debris ball, we may be looking at a 1 mile wide tornado here. That's the reality of what we're dealing with right now. It is not out of the question that this is a high-end EF-4, maybe higher type tornado, a mile wide possibly. Bethel Road is where we find the debris ball right now. I'm going to have to step out of the frame to be able to see some of these roads here. It is probably crossing Simmons Road, 58, Highway 58, over toward Levy Road and Holyfield Cemetery Road, State Route 944, and crossing State Route 1283 here momentarily. Let me zoom out just a bit here. This is the storm, and this thing is by itself. It is in a perfect environment to continue to go, to continue to spin, to continue to produce a tornado. There is nothing impeding its progress. It's going to continue to draw in that unseasonably warm, humid air. Just got a brand new radar scan, and here is our debris signature right now. It is on Highway 58. Go back down for a street level view here. And it is right along State Route 3061. It will cross and go basically parallel to Highway 58 near Holyfield Church Road, Baltimore Church Road, Sellers Road here in Graves County. Let's go a little bit farther to the east here. And this thing, again, it's going to go really more kind of to the northeast. It's going basically in this direction, all right? So Folks School Road, it will continue to track. You see how 58 kind of takes a little bit of a northeasterly turn. It's going to go along that track. Calvary Church Road, that's where it will intersect with the Purchase Parkway, where the Highway 58 intersects with and merges with I-69, Highway 45. That's over just to the north, I believe, of Wingo. Let's go back out here, a little bit wider perspective. Yeah, so it's going to get, I believe, let me put this in motion here. Okay.
Yep.
So it's going to go likely just to the north of Wingo. But right now, Mayfield guys, we're directly in the path of this thing. I cannot tell you with any greater urgency, you've got to get to your safe place now in Mayfield. Area wide, the whole city. Get to your basement, get to your hallway, closet, as many walls between you and the outside as you can. Baseball helmet, football helmet, get those on. Make sure that you've got, pull out some pillows, blankets, mattress, get those over your head, put some padding between you and the walls. If you, the time is up. You cannot be out on the road at this point in Mayfield. It's too late to start going somewhere else. If you're in Marshall County, you've got time to get to a more substantial shelter, but your time is running out there. There's going to be some very large hail from Fancy Farm over toward Hickory, northern sections of Graves County. You guys may see up to baseball-size hail with this storm. Just incredible, incredible winds with this thing. I mean, we're talking about the potential of winds well over 150 miles per hour or greater with this tornado. And we'll go down for a little bit closer view of where the strongest rotation is, and it looks like it is just north of Wingo. It is right here. It is incredibly well defined. So it is headed over toward Macedonia Church Road. It is getting ready to head on I-69. Do not travel on I-69 right now. The Purchase Parkway in Graves County, get off the road. If you've got friends, family that may be traveling there, call them, tell them, get out, get away from this thing. If you happen to have folks that are on the roadway, maybe if you're watching on your phone and you're driving here and if you can't get out of the path, park, get into a ditch, get as low as you possibly can out of your vehicle. And if that's worst case scenario, if you're out on the road here on I-69, we really hope that that's not the case with anybody. But if that's what you're dealing with, that's where you got to go. Let's put this. Let me loop this again here. Noah, y'all have any luck on reports or anything? You want to give me a quick update on what you're seeing?
So a couple other things, Trent. We actually have three new severe thunderstorm warnings.
Okay.
That there's actually a whole complex of storms forming. Since you've been talking about this for Mayfield, we've got, Kaylee, can you pass that to me? With severe thunderstorm warning, which
includes, hey guys, make this really brief because we got to get back over to Marshall.
Essentially all of southeast Missouri, but we're going to stick with Mayfield. If you're in Mayfield, I want to focus just on real quick. I'll give you 30 seconds of the safety. Trent will go back and do the radar. Cover your helmet, cover your head. The majority of tornado injuries and fatalities occur from blunt force trauma. Mayfield, Kentucky, it's 9:23. In 2 to 6 minutes, there will be a destructive tornado in Mayfield, Kentucky. Do not wait. Do not wait. Take immediate shelter now. I've got our debris tracker pulled up on a bigger view here, Trent, so you can see it. Take a look at that lowering of the blue, paralleling the Purchase Parkway.
Yeah. Hey,
That's
were you guys going to cover that? Give us the rundown real quick on that severe thunderstorm warning if you can.
So the severe thunderstorm warning is for Union, Pulaski, Johnson, parts of Ballard, Mississippi, Cape counties in Missouri, far west Kentucky, and southeast Missouri. Rest assured, there's a lot of very strong winds and lightning developing now. There is no other imminent rotation on radar in our area. So everybody else watching this, if you're concerned, this is the only immediate. I've been keeping an eye on it. It's possible we could have another tornado after this coming out of Arkansas, but for right here and right now, Trent,
what do we have? What do we have as far as actual damage reports from the chat? Do you have anything on that specifically?
Most of Cayce and parts of the county without power.
Okay.
Amateur radio reports damage to a cafe and the fire department. That was from the tornado.
In Cayce?
Yeah.
Okay.
People in the chat saying that they can't get in touch with people in the path because there's no power or cell service.
Okay.
So the point here is this has been doing damage since it's been in Arkansas. It did damage in Missouri. It's done damage now in Kentucky. And there is no reason to believe this is not going to continue to do damage. Mark, if you want to pull up Weather 2 real quick, Trent, we can both look at this. This is the tornado right here. That is it.
Yeah, it's on the Purchase Parkway right now.
Now, focus on what we're telling you. Cover your head in a bathtub. Lay down in your bathtub, innermost room. Take the kids with you. You must be there now. Listen to us. Turn up the volume on your TV. If you're listening to us on your phone, stay sheltered. Mayfield, do not go to a window. Do not be walking around your home. Do not be trying to look outside. You must be sheltered immediately. The next 5 minutes are going to be very rough in Mayfield.
Okay.
Very, very rough.
Hey, head back over to one real quick here. I want to kind of let's turn back over to the regular radar because I want to see if our debris ball is staying with us, and it is. Okay, Mayfield guys, listen. This thing is coming up. It is on I-69 right now, Macedonia Church Road. That may very well be a mile-wide debris signature. It's coming up into Mayfield, okay? So, where are we talking about? Let's get some of the locations plotted on here, okay? So, it's going to come right up the Purchase Parkway. It's going to come over onto the west side of town first. So, western side of Mayfield, we're talking over toward the high school.
107-mile-per-hour gust just now at the Graves County Mesonet.
Okay.
Just came in.
Graves County Mesonet, and I believe that's actually just outside of Mayfield. Okay, so we've had a 107-mile-per-hour gust outside of this, okay? We're talking about over 100-mile-per-hour winds, easily over 100-mile-per-hour winds. It is coming up into Mayfield right now. North, south side, doesn't matter. Every part of Mayfield, you have to be in your shelter now. If you live out toward Mayfield High School, you're going to get hit first up toward the north side of town. You guys will get hit next. You have to assume that this is going to cut a large damage path across town. Hopefully, by some miracle, it decides to do something else. But at this point in time, we have to assume that this thing is going to do catastrophic damage around the Mayfield area. Do we happen to has the National Weather Service gone with a tornado emergency by chance?
No, as far as I can see, this is still PDS, particularly dangerous situation with the catastrophic tag. So everything that we've been echoing for the past several minutes.
Okay, so we're talking about, again, catastrophic damage with this. Yeah, so this is our brand new tornado warning till 10:15 for Graves County. Mayfield, expect catastrophic damage and 2.5-inch size hail. The debris ball is now coming into Mayfield. Send some prayers to Mayfield right now. Let's keep our friends in prayers across the area right now, and especially in Graves County. This is going to be a bad deal for us, okay? Where's it headed next? It's going to go right up Highway 58, northeast of Mayfield. So let's go down here and zoom in and track where this is going to go next. I mean, guys, this is it. This is the storm, Mayfield. It's right on track. We said about 927, 928. It's there. Next in line, it's going to go up 131 and 58. It's going to stay for a few minutes just to the south of I-69. As you get past, I believe this is exit 25 here, as you get up into Marshall County, it's very possible that this thing is going to go just along or south of I-69 again. So between Highway 58 and 69 here, that's where it is headed next. And from there, some of the roads we're talking about, Cherry Drive, Bird Road, Dave Miller Road, Wadesboro Road, Harrison Road, Tom Prather Church Road, just to name a few. And again, this is out ahead of this storm as it continues to head off to the northeast and up into Marshall County here in just a little bit. But a catastrophic tornado likely ongoing right now in Mayfield. You're going to lose power. If you do lose power, if you have the ability to take your phone with you, if you're able to still get a signal, we'll continue to stream live, of course, on Facebook Live. Hickory, up into the northern sections of Graves County, we're probably dealing with possibly baseball-size hail, and that may actually be the case up toward the Simpsonia area. I do want to zoom out enough to give us kind of a wider perspective of what's going on, because we did hear some thunder and lightning around the station. And just a real quick reminder, we do have some other severe thunderstorm warnings.
Emergency.
We do have a tornado, obviously a tornado emergency now from, is it just Mayfield?
It's a small, just right in the center of Mayfield, right over the center part of Graves.
Yeah, so tornado emergency there in Graves County for the Mayfield area. I did want to make mention here, just real quick, some of our severe thunderstorm warnings. Let's go back to the winds and move our camera back around. I don't want to forget about these, but compared to what's going on in Mayfield right now, lesser concern. We have severe thunderstorm warnings here in Southern Illinois and parts of Missouri, Alexander, Johnson, Pulaski, Union County for 60-mile-per-hour winds and 3/4-inch hail. That's till 10 o'clock this evening. Let's go back down here for central Graves County and up into Marshall County and track this where it's headed next. Unfortunately, we have likely a catastrophic tornado that is in Mayfield right now. Lives are being changed right now. Send some prayers for folks that are dealing with this right now. And let's see where this is headed next. It still has a forward speed of 55 miles per hour. We're going to have to zoom this out so we get a better track on it. And we'll track the portion of the storm here that is rotating off to the northeast, again, 55 miles per hour. So, Benton, you guys are going to be directly in the path of this thing at 9:46. It's 9:31 right now. 15 minutes from now, catastrophic tornado that's in Benton, very well, or in Mayfield, may very well be on top of you in Benton, 9:46. Simpsonia at 9:38. You guys are going to be more in the hail core of this storm. We're talking about possibly up to baseball-size hail in Simpsonia. Catawba, you guys are going to be in the path of this at 10:04. Eddyville at 10:09 and Princeton at 10:21. This is a tornado that's been on the ground now. Well, we have every reason to believe that it has been on the ground for over 100 miles. This is a once-in-a-generation tornado that is moving across Graves County right now, getting ready to head into Marshall County. This is a storm that will be talked about for years in our area, okay? We cannot mess around with this in Marshall County. You guys have got to get to your safe place of shelter right now. I'm sure the newsroom folks are working on what's going on here. This tornado now looks like it is to the northeast of Mayfield, where you see the blues and the bright reds. Right here, this is the center of the tornado. So it is along 58. It is going to go parallel to I-69, moving up across eastern sections of Graves County, and is getting ready to cross over into Marshall County. So it will do that in the next 5 minutes or so, and I'm going to try to read off some of these highways that are in the path. So it's currently near Highway 58, close to Dave Miller Road. It's going to go across Wadesboro Road, County Line Road, Harrison Road, looks like Vanzora Road, and it will go, as it moves to the northeast, it's going to stay just to the south, right along or just south of I-69. It will eventually intersect back over to Highway 58, close to the Wadesboro Road area. Do you guys have anything new as far as damage or any new information?
A lot of power outages, Fulton, Hickman counties. There's a lot of people saying on the chat that they've lost power in Mayfield, as we would expect.
Okay.
We've got roofs that have been taken off, Trent, that's been coming in. And we had a few people say that they saw the tornado in our feed coming, that they saw and have been hit in Mayfield.
Okay.
The few that are still on here that are commenting.
And the thing is, with as powerful as this storm is, the last priority for folks is going to be telling us what happened. They're going to be trying to take care of their stuff, And so we may have a hard time getting reports here for a little bit. But if you look at radar, it's very evident what's going on here. Let me zoom out again. And here's our debris ball. I'm telling you, this is the most remarkable, destructive tornado that I have seen around here in, well, I've lived here for 40 years. I have not seen one like this before. And unfortunately, it just went across Mayfield, is right on I-69 right now. If you have anybody driving on I-69 right now in eastern Graves County into Marshall County, got to tell them to, at this point in time, if you can't get off the road in the next couple of minutes in Marshall County, get to the ditch. Do not go to an overpass. That's the worst place you can go. Get as low as you can into a ditch and get as low as you can. Abandon your vehicle, get away from it, get into a ditch, but hopefully folks are inside and not having to deal with that tonight. But this thing is going right along 69. Let me loop this. Over the past hour or so, we'll go out for a closer, or for a wider perspective, so we really get an idea of where it's been going. All right, so here it was. It came up the Purchase Parkway, went across Mayfield, and it's now here. Okay, Benton, you guys are next. And watch where it went. Let me draw this on here for you. Okay, it was in Mayfield. It's here now. It's going to be here next. Benton, you guys have got to get to shelter. I know it's raining right now. That's not it. This is not the storm. This is the tornado. Let's put a distance line on here for you. The current debris ball is about 10 miles southwest of Benton. So this thing is headed directly for Benton and central sections of Marshall County. This is your time to get to the basement, interior hallway, closet. Get as many walls between you as you can and the outside, away from windows. Get your helmets on. Take the phone with you. Don't worry about staying in front of your TV. Do not try to go outside and see if you can see this thing. It's dark. It's headed your way. We see it on radar. There's no doubt about it. It's been causing damage now for well over 2 hours, all the way back in Arkansas. Get to your safe place of shelter in Marshall County. We have got to be ready for this thing. A life-threatening, life-altering tornado is going to go right along I-69 into Benton in the next 15 minutes. All right? Let's stop this real quick. This debris ball is very clear, but I want to draw our debris tracker on here. And, you know, I think probably what we're seeing, the radar from Paducah, you see the spin up there past our Local 6 logo, it's having to cut through a whole bunch of rain and hail, and it might make it a little tough to detect what's going on in here. But I mean, this speaks for itself. This is our debris ball, and it is headed toward the Benton area. It will be around Benton at 9:45, and areas west of Benton before that. So let's go down here for a closer view. And guys, if you all see anything at all as far as reports of damage, let us know. Let me know here. But this thing right now is just south of River Road. It's going to be going right along I-69, again, around Van Zora Road, Hauser Road, and getting up pretty close to Wadesboro Road here in just the next few minutes. Do we have anything new as far as reports on Facebook or the chat?
Not much new, just the massive TDS. Power outages galore. The wind gust, which if you're just joining us, over 107 miles an hour, that was at the Graves County Mesonet. That was actually probably the wind, we call that the forward flank downdraft. That was probably the wind before the actual tornado. So the wind in the tornado was probably over that. We had 107 mile per hour gusts recorded there. But Trent, it consistent with everything we've been saying, everything you've been saying. Power outages, People have been saying they've been hearing a loud noise coming, which is exactly what you'd expect. That you may hear it coming. It will be very quick. It's not going to last for 5 or 6 minutes. It will hit you very briefly and very hard. But we're kind of in a lull right now because I feel like a lot of people might be, with the power outages, we're going on Facebook. We keep reminding people, take the phone, take your iPad with you to your shelter. We're going to stay here with you. We're going to talk you through this. We're going to get you through this. But
looks like a new warning here.
Yeah, so that is a PDS, particularly dangerous situation tornado warning, that will go through. That's going to go until
10:30.
10:30.
Let me zoom this out. Let me get the whole warning in here and show you. Goodness, this is a huge warning. Okay, hold on. Let me zoom back out again.
While you're doing that, Trent, remind people, don't forget your kids, your pets. If you're far enough out in advance of this, if you don't have a basement, innermost room, don't just stand there. If you're in Benton in a bathroom, take some blankets with you, maybe cover over your head, protect your head. Like we've been saying too, we haven't said this in a hot minute. If you're in a mobile home in Benton or further northeast, you need to leave and go to your place of shelter. We've been telling you now all week and all day. So if you're in a mobile home south of Grand Rivers in Benton through northeastern Marshall County, now is your time to act.
Okay, so our new tornado warning now, just to get the official info here. This tornado is now in Marshall County, in the western sections of Marshall County. Marshall County, up into the extreme, very southeastern corner of Livingston County, up toward the Grand Rivers area, over into Lyon County. Tornado warning until 10:30. Benton, Eddyville, Grand Rivers, and Catawba. Possible 2-inch size hail, so we're talking about golf ball to close to baseball size, and an observed tornado doing considerable damage. That is what this tornado warning is for. This thing is very close to Benton right now, so let's go in here for a zoom. Hey, would one of you, if you guys don't mind, would one of you all check with the newsroom and see if we've got anybody headed down toward Mayfield or where we've got folks that are headed to cover this? So right here is our rotation. It's currently right along 69, I-69, Oak Level Road, Wadesboro Road, and Hauser Road, and it is now just a few miles away from the Benton area. So possible tornado here. It's roughly 5 to 6 miles west-southwest of Benton. Guys, our time in Benton, it's almost up as far as taking shelter from this thing. Here's our debris ball right there. Debris ball has been as large as nearly a mile wide at times with this. Let me give you a new track on it. It's been a little bit since we put a track on this thing, and so we'll zoom out and give you a look at where it is headed next. And we'll probably have to move the camera around just a little bit. Zoom this out just a little bit more. We've got a lot of territory that we have to cover. This thing is really just moving incredibly fast. So from right here, the rotating part of the storm moving to the northeast at 55 miles per hour, and that is going to put it, Benton, we've got 4 minutes, less than 4 minutes. Eddyville at 10:11, Princeton at 10:21, Dawson Springs at 10:33, and Providence at around 10:40. That's going to be the kind of taking the storm out of the local 6 area. But again, Benton, guys, it's here, it's time. You guys are going to have to make sure that you're in your safe place immediately in Benton, Kentucky, as this is a destructive, powerful tornado that is likely still on the ground, still doing damage. All indications are that this little circle right here is debris that has been being picked up from the storm and is being circulated around the tornado.
Getting reports, Trent, that communication's down with KSP, and for people in Graves. So as soon as we get an update from that between the newsroom, we'll pass that along to you.
Okay.
But
And now we have a tornado emergency now for Benton.
yep.
All right, so we've got the catastrophic tag, catastrophic tornado now headed toward Benton, Kentucky, 9:45. This thing is right on schedule. Let me get that readout. Confirmed large destructive tornado near Benton, moving northeast now at 60 miles per hour. It is speeding up. This is a deadly tornado. This tornado has caused fatalities we know of back in Arkansas. We have no idea what has happened across our area as it's moved across western Kentucky. This is a life-threatening situation. Flying debris could be deadly to those caught without shelter. This tornado is going to move through Benton and then across Marshall County. It's going to pass I-69 between mile markers 38 and 46. All right, again, tornado emergency for Benton. Tornado emergency. We haven't had one of these around here. What that means is it's the next level above a tornado warning. It means there is a tornado, it's on the ground, it's doing damage, it's coming into Benton right now. So it looks like, as we put a loop on here, if you live on the north side of Benton, that's going to be where we have some of the greater damage from this thing. Up toward Draftonville. You guys are going to be in the path of this, but it looks like right now it's going to come more across the north side of Benton, 348 and 641 right around Elm Street. You guys are going to be in the path of this thing. Let me stop the radar here. And zoom our camera back out just a little bit. All right, so Draftonville is here. It looks like the circulation is going to pass south of Draftonville. You guys are likely getting slammed with some very heavy rain and probably some hail from Draftonville up toward Palma and over toward Sharp. You guys are kind of on the tail end of this thing in Sharp, over toward Bryansburg and Little Bear. Lots and lots of rain and hail for you. The tornado is actually in the city of Benton. It's going to be coming right across the middle of town and the north side of town. Just south of town, way too close for comfort. Get to your safe place of shelter now there. All right, new radar scan, and there it is. It's right on the northern side of town, debris ball on 348, getting ready to cross Highway 69. And we're talking about Old Simpsonia Road, crossing 69, again between mile marker 38 and 46. Then it will cross 641 just north of Benton. It then goes, zoom back out. Once it crosses 641, it will then go over toward Benton Bryansburg Road and Benton Birmingham Road, eventually crossing Highway 68. And this is going to be out in some pretty rural area, but between Doty Avenue, Billy Henson Road, and then Big Bear Highway. This is Big Bear Highway, so if you're familiar with that area, leading out toward the lake and toward some of the resort areas there. This tornado could end up very near Big Bear Highway. All right, let's zoom back out here. And tornado emergency here, again, for Benton, Kentucky, and central sections of Marshall County. Catastrophic tornado now crossing I-69 just north of Benton. It's going right in between Draftonville and Benton. It is headed up toward Buena Vista. You guys are next in line for this storm. And while we keep an eye on that, I'm trying to get a few bearings here on some of the locations that are going to be impacted here by this. So it looks like Bryansburg, you guys are in the path, and we're talking about, Buena Vista, that's over toward Moores Camp Highway, Moores Resort possibly in the path of this. It looks like we also maybe have a couple of new warnings. Let me zoom this out. We do have a new severe thunderstorm warning from McCracken County. I want to go ahead and get to that real quick. Let's kind of go back out. Big picture view. All right, we're not done, guys. This is just the beginning. We've got another line here. There's another line back to the west. We have a tornado watch that runs until 11 o'clock and likely will be extended. Let me give you a look at the new severe thunderstorm warning that's in effect. We need to zoom back in. This is a pretty large area with a severe thunderstorm warning that's in effect now for McCracken County. This is not a tornado warning. It's a severe thunderstorm warning for Ballard, Carlisle, Massac, and McCracken. That includes Brookport, La Center, Metropolis, Vienna. This is for 60-mile-per-hour wind gusts and hail possibly up to 3/4 of an inch in diameter. Normally, we would, let's take a quick look at the velocities here. Yes, there are some strong winds here. You see that Paducah is also included in that warning. Some strong gusty winds certainly possible there, but right now, of course, we continue to focus here on the Marshall County storm. I do want to make mention one time here as well that for folks down in the Boot Heel in Missouri, we already have been hit, and there are more tornado warnings here. At this point in the game, these do not look like anywhere near as intense.
New tornado warning for their Trent.
Yeah, and new tornado warnings here in Tennessee. Let me give you that information real quick. So brand new tornado warning till 10:30 for folks in Pemiscot, Southern Lake, Northern Dyer, including Dyersburg, and southwestern sections of Obion County. That's going to include Caruthersville and Dyersburg. Hail size up to an inch in diameter. This is a radar indicated area of rotation. We have not had anything confirmed with this particular storm. So I wanted to make mention of that and give you an idea of just what we're dealing with there. But we've got to go back over to Marshall County right now because this is the storm that has a tornado warning on it. It's done incredible damage, catastrophic tornado here, and it is still on the ground. Noah, do you have any new reports or anything coming in to the chat, Facebook?
So we've got a crew. We've got Jack Kane and Justin Jones going to Mayfield. They're on their way. We're getting reports of emergency vehicles going to Mayfield and major damage reported in Mayfield.
Okay.
Other than the major damage, Trent, that's what we're just starting to get out from the folks in Mayfield.
And the thing is, it's going to take a long time to get specifics because we've got folks that are that have just gone through a life-changing situation here. This storm currently is just to the southeast of Draftonville along 68. It is headed toward Buena Vista. So we're talking about out pretty close to Christian Fellowship School, perhaps, just to the south. It's very close, just to the southeast of Marshall County High School. Zoom back in here. And this thing has kind of gone through some cycles. It is now going through another upward cycle. It's kind of taken a little bit more of a north turn. And Draftonville, we are seeing some real heavy wind right now. And let me move the camera around here just a little bit. Again, the tornado warning, a tornado emergency for central Marshall County. It's just south of Tatumsville, just to the east of Bryansburg, and it's headed over toward Moores Camp. Okay, Moores Camp Highway is right here. Buena Vista, that's where we find our resorts. We've got a lot of emergency vehicles apparently headed out toward Mayfield right now. And goodness, yeah, this is headed right toward the resort areas. Rocky Point, over toward the moors. We got hit hard, not too long ago. I think right now it looks like it may hopefully go a little bit farther north of that. But again, this is still this is a catastrophic situation. There's our debris ball. Let's move this around so I can get a little bit better view. Here's Moore's Camp Highway, Denzel Martin Road. And this is just, it's huge. This debris ball measures a mile wide. We very well may still have a mile wide tornado in progress here in Marshall County. I just cannot believe that this thing is still going. And it is just, this is a once in a generation storm. We're going to be talking about this thing for decades. Here's Moore's Camp Highway and Buena Vista. This is the lake. Here's Little Bear Highway, Steamboat Road. Anywhere in this area, we've got to be in our safe place right now. The velocity scan, I mean, it's just incredible winds here. Winds are off the chart with some of this. Wind speeds here, 72 miles per. Trust me, the wind is way higher than 81 miles per hour in some of these areas. This is just the inbound and the outbound wind, and right in the middle is where we find the tornado. All right, let's zoom this out just a little bit. Okay, here's our new debris ball. It is just right over Moore's Camp Highway here, getting ready to head out toward, it's going to be real close to Moore's Resort. Real close. I don't know that we're going to take a direct hit, but it's going to be awfully close. The tornado has passed Draftonville and Benton. Zoom this out just a bit. It's going to go across the lakes, and then it's going to come out on the other side, perhaps over pretty close to Hillman Ferry, and maybe close to the Birmingham Ferry. Anywhere between Hillman Ferry, Birmingham Ferry, those areas on the other side of the lake are in the path of this next. Hey guys, real quick, Kaylee, I saw you head to the newsroom. Do you have anything new that's going on over there? Okay.
Yeah, Trent, we have a couple photos that we're getting ready to upload right now. We are having multiple crews coming in. We're going to have some reports from them later on tonight.
Okay.
Do you have the feed pulled up, the Facebook feed? Something maybe a lot of people are asking, clarifying about literally what they should be doing when they're, I know we've said it a lot, but just trying to reiterate what you literally should be doing.
Okay.
I know we say shelter, but maybe.
If you are out ahead of this right now, if you live near Moore's Camp Highway, Buena Vista, Little Bear Highway, and then across the lake over toward Pigsa Point, it's getting ready to move over LBL. It's getting ready to move over some very rural area, which is good news because we need a break from this thing going over populated areas. But if you live out ahead of this thing, basement if you have one, interior hallway or closet, put as many walls between you and the outside as you can. If you have something that you can put over your head, a helmet of some sort, put a mattress over where you're taking shelter, pillows, blankets, anything to provide padding, shelter, do that. Stay away from windows, stay away from exterior walls as low as you can. If you're in a mobile home out on the other side of the lake, if you live over toward Lake Barkley, if you live in a mobile home, you've got to get out of it. Let's zoom out here just a little bit so I can get perspective. And you still see we've got a very well-defined debris ball right here along the resort area of the lake. This thing is getting ready to head across the lake. It's going to go likely just northwest of Lamasco. So if you live along I-24 here, in between Eddyville and Lamasco, if you're here, if you live in a mobile home, go somewhere else. Get out of the mobile home. You've still got a few minutes. You've got 15, 20 minutes. Get to a friend, family members, neighbors, where we have more substantial shelter. You cannot be in a mobile home in this storm. It will not survive. Get to an interior hallway or closet. Get as low as you can. This thing will eventually cross I-24. If you have anyone that's traveling on I-24 between Grand Rivers, Eddyville, if they're headed toward Nashville, if they're passing through Grand Rivers, Eddyville, going that direction right now, got to get them off the road. Tell them to get to shelter. You cannot be out on I-24 right now. You said you do have some photos for us? Okay.
Trent, we just got this in a couple of minutes ago. Kaylee,
Okay.
we got this in 5 minutes ago.
Wow.
That from Jennifer. I believe I was trying to piece together. I think that's 45. I can't tell.
It's
I
hard
think
to
it
tell
might have been
location.
45, but that is, we confirmed that is in from Mayfield, which would have been about 25 to 30 minutes ago.
I mean, that is a huge tornado. I don't know how, I assume that was from a pretty far distance, and if it was...
I zoomed it in quite a bit, yeah.
Okay. Do we have anything else?
That's the one photo we got
Okay.
for you right now. And I believe the tornado warning has been expanded north, to include Southern Lake Ridgely that just got hit before.
Okay.
For you. As soon as we get anything new, we'll let you know.
Okay. I want to put a track on this one, and then we're going to go down and update you on the Tennessee storm. I believe at last check, this tornado was moving at 60 miles per hour. So I have to zoom out just a little bit here. So from here to here, and it's headed toward, guys, Princeton is going to be a real close call for us. All right, so we will track the rotating part of the storm, which is right here, moving off to the northeast at 55 miles per hour. So Saratoga at 10:12, Princeton at 10:20, and you guys are right in the middle of that track. Dawson Springs at 10:32, you guys are right in the middle of that track. Then Earlington at 10:46. So all of these locations, Saratoga, Princeton, Dawson Springs, assume that this tornado is going to remain intact. I know it's getting ready to cross over the lakes. There's this myth that when a tornado crosses over a river or a lake, that it does something to the circulation. If we're dealing with a major significant tornado, that lake or river has nothing to do with it. It's going to go right across those lakes, and it will come out on the other side. So Saratoga at 10:12, Princeton at 10:20, and Dawson Springs at 10:32. All right. Let's just let me go all the way back out for the big home view perspective here, and we're not done yet. This thing is still going on. This individual supercell that's been on the ground or has been rotating at least since way back about 2.5 hours ago, it's still tracking along. Eventually this line is going to catch up with it, and that's going to be what ends up, I think, finally giving us some help with getting rid of this storm. You see that it's starting to get up. It had been by itself for miles and miles and miles. It's now starting to get to where it's going to be interfered with. The circulation of the supercell is going to start to get interfered with by this complex of storms coming up behind it. Hopefully that'll start to weaken it. We've got new tornado warnings here in Tennessee. We'll get to that. And there's another line out here in Missouri. Right now, severe thunderstorms, but we'll need to keep an eye on that. I do believe once this batch of storms moves east, the next one behind it will likely have more of a wind threat. We'll see more severe thunderstorm warnings as opposed to tornado warnings. Let's go down here to Tennessee and give you a look at this area. These are new tornado warnings, and let's get you caught up here on the specifics of that. Let's see here. Tornado warning now till 10:30, and that includes Southern Lake, extreme southwestern Obion, Dyer County, and back into southern Pemiscot County. This is a radar indicated area of rotation. This is a much more, I hate to say disorganized, but it's not a supercell. It's a line of storms that has some rotation detected within it. So let me stop this. And let's go for a look at the velocity scan here. Kind of hard to pick out our rotation here. Let's actually move the camera around and get into the Memphis radar site. Yeah, there's some rotation here. It's not really well defined. So we'll keep an eye on this one. I do want to put a track on it here real quick, just so we get an idea of where we're talking about. Let's go back to radar. And let me loop it real quick so we get an idea of where it's moving. Do you happen to have a forward speed on this? I don't have the printout over here.
That tornado is the emergency?
No, the Tennessee.
Got it.
Storm.
Okay, that one, the forward speed is, I believe it's going to be 55. Yep, 55.
Okay. All right, so let's stop on that, and we'll just kind of track that entire complex. And it's moving east-northeast at 55, so that's going to head at, put it up heading toward Union City and Martin. Ridgely, you guys are going to be in kind of the northern part of this complex at 1016, Dyersburg at 1025, Troy at 1036, Union City at 1043, and Martin at 1045. This does not look like the storm that came through Tiptonville and Ridgely and Woodland Mills and Cayce earlier. This is not that kind of a storm. All right, let's go back to the storm that has caused all of the damage as it is crossing the lakes right now. We still have a tornado warning in effect for Lyon County. And let's get you that information here. Tornado warning for Lyon County and a little sliver of Livingston County over toward Grand Rivers. This still is being considered an observed tornado right there. It is over the LBL area. So mainly rural areas right now being impacted by the storm. The debris tracker, there is still debris being lofted into the air right here. Where you see the reds and the oranges, that's where the radar is picking up things that are similar. Where you see the blues and the greens, that is where the radar is picking up different stuff, debris from the tornado. And when you see this ball right here, that's not rain, that's stuff. And that's what the radar is showing us. That's how the radar is showing us where the tornado is located. Let's go down here for a zoom in. And it may be a little difficult to pick out locations here. DeMumbers Bay, Lake Access Road, Brandon Chapel Road, and Bethlehem Cemetery Road, all in the path of this as it moves across LBL. What you got?
We're starting to get two things. First,
okay.
That picture we showed was not. The picture we showed was not from Mayfield, just to clarify.
Okay.
And second, we're getting reports of. Kaylee, would you like to read that?
Yeah, it looks like we've got reports of people trapped in the candle factory in Mayfield. We had a couple people mention that the roof's been torn off the candle factory. Now people are trapped in there.
So to repeat, because I think your mic was off, I'll repeat it for you. Or you just got it on here. Go ahead one more time.
Oh yeah, so let's try that again. So it sounds like a couple people are trapped in the candle factory, as well as the roof being torn off of part of the candle factory. And this is in the Mayfield area, by the way.
And we are getting reports of family members, cars damaged, thrown, houses severely taken to the ground in Graves County, Trent.
Okay.
And that's a new tornado warning extension up to Madisonville and an update for the one in Tennessee.
Okay. Yeah, speaking of, okay, Paradise Hills, you guys are next with this tornado. If you live in Paradise Hills, just over to the west of I-24, you've got 5 minutes. Assume that there is a dangerous, destructive tornado headed your way. I need to go back down to Tennessee real quick because we have Sandburg, Tennessee. We got hit really hard with this tornado earlier this evening. There are multiple crews that are out doing rescue work right now, crews that are out trying to help people that were impacted by this, and there's more weather headed that way. So let's give you an update on what's coming your way down that direction. Let's go down here, Sandburg area. You guys are kind of over toward Ridgely, and so here's what we've got headed your direction. There is another tornado warning, but for those of you that are over near Sandburg, this is, okay, here we are, over east of Tiptonville. So we got hit really hard with the tornado earlier tonight. There is another tornado warning just to the west of you guys. At this point in time, this is not as strong or severe of a storm as what we had earlier. It's radar indicated areas of rotation with this storm. The rotation with this honestly is a little farther to the south, and it's right on the edge of the Paducah and Memphis radar coverage area, so it's kind of hard to get a real good read on it. Kind of switch over here and try it again from Memphis. Yeah, so it's really, honestly, it's more of a straight line wind type of situation, and there may be some gusts, 40 to 50 miles per hour, but I think the worst of that's going to stay farther south in Dyer County. So as far as folks up in Sandburg, you're going to get another round of rain. There's going to be some thunder and lightning. The winds may pick up. Honestly, think that your tornado threat is extremely low. You're going to have some gusty winds and some lightning. That's going to blow through here in the next 10 to 15 minutes. Now let me go in for a little closer view for you guys again. All right, so Sandburg is over here. Honestly, the worst of the storm kind of to the south. Let's loop this. And yeah, you're going to get one more round of heavy rain, and the tornado threat, I think, is pretty low. It's not zero. There is a chance that it could spin something up, but right now there's nothing imminent for that area. All right, let's do kind of a hard reset here. Pull all the way back out. Okay, we've got new tornado warnings here. Several counties under severe thunderstorm warnings here in western Kentucky. Right now, that's kind of we're talking about mainly some gusty winds, maybe a little bit of hail. But our supercell is still going, and it is getting ready to head toward the Princeton area. All right, so we don't want to forget about you guys. Let's stop this. Let's switch back over to velocity. I mean, this is just incredible. This thing has been showing signs of a strong tornado. It's like, are we going on 2.5 hours now with this?
Started at what, 7:30 in Arkansas?
Yeah, I mean, I've never seen anything like this. Guys, if you're in Princeton, this thing is really close. It's just passing south of Eddyville. It's crossing I-24 right now along the exits around 293, so in between Eddyville and Lamasco. Assume that there's a tornado on the ground. It's headed into Princeton in the next 5 minutes. Go back to radar. Here's our debris signature. It is starting to get a little more, it looks like maybe the inflow notch is kind of starting to get cut off just a little bit. There's kind of a backwards V here. Let me go to the debris tracker. There is still some debris showing up here, south of Eddyville on 293. Let me see if I can get some of my bearings here. This is going to be out pretty close to Mineral Mound State Park, the golf course out there. Just to the east, it looks like, of that area. And some pretty rural country over here, but it does look like there again. That's pretty close to the 24 and 69 interchange, just to the southeast of that. So Mineral Mound, pretty close to the penitentiary there, and there's a Marathon gas station out there and a grocery store on 293, and from that point on, it's going to be kind of sliding on to the east. But it's over toward Princeton, guys. And Princeton, if you're watching right now, it's getting really close to you. Let's put a loop on this so that we can kind of give an idea of where. Anywhere in Princeton, take shelter right now. South of town, right in the middle of town. You have to assume that there is a destructive tornado on your doorstep right now. Let's pull out for a track on that. Anything new coming in from the chat?
Just so you know, the weather service in Paducah, this just happened 10:14. Lost power. They don't have a backup generator, so our comms have been moved to National Weather Service out of Springfield. We're picking it up. So we've got that change.
Okay.
And they're picking up the warnings that are coming out now for here. And there's a new tornado warning in Madison County, just came out.
Yes.
But we'll get to that in a minute.
Madison County, Kentucky?
Missouri.
Or Missouri. Oh, yeah.
And the report of the people entrapment in Mayfield is developing. And what we got out from the newsroom just now when Kaylee left is that there's Main Street, it seems the square in Mayfield was the hardest hit.
Okay.
In Mayfield. And as soon as we hear more, we'll let you know.
Okay. So Princeton, we've got 5 minutes. 10:22 arrival time in Princeton. And Dawson Springs at 10:35. So both of you, Princeton and Dawson Springs, assume that a destructive tornado that has done catastrophic damage is going to hit both of your communities in the next 5 minutes in Princeton and 10:35 in Dawson Springs. If you live in Princeton, I need you to go to your basement if you have one. If you don't, go to the middle of your house, get as low as you can into an interior hallway, closet, away from windows, put a mattress, pillow, blanket on top of you. If you've got a baseball helmet, football helmet, bike helmet, get that on, take your phone with you, and make sure that you are able to stay connected with us. And it does look like now we have a tornado emergency for the city of Princeton. So let me get you that information here. Yeah, new tornado warning, 10:30 for the city of Princeton. Catastrophic observed tornado. Moving into town in 5 minutes. You have to get to shelter. This is the same storm that's done major damage in Sandburg, Tennessee, Cayce, Kentucky, Mayfield, Kentucky, Benton, Kentucky got hit hard with this thing. Now Princeton, you guys are in line. This is a once-in-a-generation storm. It's been doing damage for well over 100 miles. It's not going to fall apart in the next 5 minutes. So if you're in Princeton, you have to take shelter right now. Tornado emergency for Princeton and central Caldwell County in western Kentucky. Dawson Springs, we've got about 12 to 15 minutes, and it's going to be in your area. Zoom in here and give you a look at what's going on right now with this. The debris tracker is still picking up. Okay, this thing is getting stronger again. Right on 293 into the Caldwell County, just across the Caldwell County line. This is pretty rural territory, but it's going to pass dangerously close to Princeton, if not right over Princeton. So if you live on the south side of town, out toward the baseball fields, over toward, it comes up 293, that's over toward the Princeton Golf Club, and out toward the south side of town where you have the grocery store, the Food Giant, and Hudson Inc. out there. That's what we're talking about, coming right across the south side of Princeton. Let me put our radar into motion real quick here so we get a better idea. Okay, so we'll draw this line here. It comes from about here. So, I mean, the south side of Princeton is going to be a real close call. Everywhere in Princeton, we've got to be taking shelter right now. You're probably getting slammed with some real heavy rain and maybe some hail, and it now looks like that debris ball is right over the south side of town.
Make sure you stay on the Fort Campbell radar. I believe the Paducah radar is either out or down.
Okay.
The data is old.
Okay.
Make sure you stay on that.
Yeah, it does look like we're picking up the Fort Campbell site now. All right, yep, here we go. Princeton is right over the top of you right now. It's going to go just along and south of Highway 62, and then it will head right up toward Dawson Springs. So anywhere here in central and northern Caldwell County, you guys are under the gun. You're going to be impacted by perhaps a life-threatening tornado right now. And over to the northeast of town, you've got to get to your safe place of shelter immediately. You don't have much time. Let me zoom this out, and we'll track it again just to kind of update our speed. Would you guys let me know what was the forward speed? Is it still 60?
That one is 60. Yes.
Okay.
Hang on. Is it changed? Yep. Okay. Officially, just so you know, Trent, the Paducah radar is out.
Okay.
And the new warning on that is now 50.
All right.
45, northeast of 45.
Oh, okay. All right. So it's actually slowed down a little bit. So we have to track it for our friends here in Dawson Springs. 10:37, 15 minutes or so for Dawson Springs. Earlington at 10:53. And then after that, it's going to be out of our area. I've never seen a storm like this one. This is incredible. This thing has been on the ground now. I say on the ground. It's been showing signs of being an active, dangerous tornado for a long time. It started out back here near Jonesboro, Arkansas, and has moved all the way up into the Princeton area right now. And I'm just curious here what we're dealing with as far as what the distance looked like on that. This is just mind-blowing. It is incredible what we've dealt with here. The storm started about right here. I mean, we're talking about a supercell storm that survived for almost 200 miles. This is one that we're going to talk about for decades around our area.
Trent, when you have a sec, Jennifer,
Yeah.
got something to share with us.
Go ahead.
Just a little something. I talked to a woman from Cayce, Kentucky. She said that her sister lives there and actually left her home, got out of the way, and went to her daughter's home and went to the bathroom in her daughter's home because she lives in a mobile home. So she listened to you guys and she did that.
Good.
Which is a good thing because even the daughter's home apparently was blown away in this thing. The only thing that was left in the daughter's home was the hallway and the bathroom where they happened to be.
Wow.
She said all the trees are gone, the house is gone. She also said that in Cayce that they're hearing, or at least that she was seeing, that the fire department had suffered some damage there. So Cayce's reporting quite a bit of damage as well.
The the debris ball there was about as big as I've seen it right around the Cayce area. So glad to hear that at least there's a little, it's not good news, but they're safe, they're okay, and we're hoping. This has been a really terrible night for a lot of folks in our area. We're 2 weeks before Christmas. A lot of lives have been changed. So, throw up some prayers, and let's keep these folks in our prayers. And there's a lot of folks who are going to need a lot of help and a lot of love in the next few days. So let's make sure that we keep that in mind. Our friends right now in Princeton and Central Caldwell County, you guys are dealing with it now, and we're headed up toward Dawson Springs next. So let's do a zoom in here toward the Princeton area. The storm is right here, and let me make sure that we're on the. I want to make sure we're on the Fort Campbell radar site.
If you want, real quick, I can turn off the Paducah so we don't get that in there. But no, yeah, you're on.
Yeah, we're on Fort Campbell. All right.
Actually, yeah.
So if you're wondering what we're talking about, there's been a lot of lightning and thunder here in McCracken County, and it sounds like the National Weather Service took a major power hit. The radar in Paducah is actually out right now, and they have had to hand off communications to the National Weather Service office in Springfield, Missouri. So those folks are trying to get us the information that we need. This storm, we're able to pick it up off the Fort Campbell radar site, and now it looks like the storm has moved through Princeton, and our debris signature is off to the east of town. So let me go back in for a closer view here. And it is right along 62. I mean, this thing is plowing along on Highway 62 east of Princeton. That's out Dawson Road. If it goes right along 62, there's a drilling facility and a sawmill out there, and it's a pretty rural area between there and over toward, as we get closer to Dawson Springs. But right now, if you follow this path from near Princeton, you take it up really close to Dawson Springs. This will be a really close call. So you guys don't have much time left to take shelter. Let me stop this, and we'll put another track on it. To zoom out again. Bear with me here, folks. It's been a long night, and unfortunately, we're not done yet. So this is moving again at 45 miles per hour, I believe now was the latest speed on it. So the rotating part is here, 45 miles per hour. It's going to plow through Dawson Springs real fast, and then it may get, I think we're probably looking at going just south of Madisonville. But Dawson Springs, we're down to within about 10 minutes. 10:35, St. Charles at 10:45, Earlington at 10:52, and then at that point, it's out of the local 6 area. So if you're in Dawson Springs right now, if you are in a mobile home, you've got 10 minutes to get somewhere else. Don't drive across town. If you got a neighbor that's got a house, go there. If you've got a basement, go there. If you've got an interior hallway or closet, that's where you want to go. Helmet, take your phone with you, cover up with something, make sure that you've got as many walls between you and the outside as you can. Okay, we've got a lot more warnings that we have to cover. Yeah, what do you guys have?
Oh, sorry, Trent. I was just going to make sure you got that one. And trying to we're getting into a lot of photos now and try to get these together to show for you guys.
Okay.
This is out of Memphis, if you'd like it.
Yes, let me zoom in on it. And okay.
And just a quick reminder, because a lot of folks are asking about Southern Illinois.
Yes.
There are more storms, so let's just make this calmly clear. We can't, unfortunately, sound the all clear for anybody yet. There's still more storms to the west. So just because you haven't gotten anything yet or missed some rain, there is still another line coming on the Highway 67 corridor, which we'll show you too.
Yeah, we certainly don't want to leave anybody out here. It's just, this thing that we've had, that's gone through Mayfield, Benton, and Princeton, this is an incredibly dangerous storm. Not that the other ones aren't, but this one is a life-changing storm. We do have a new tornado warning here in Tennessee. Get you that information here. That does include the city of Martin. This goes until 11:15 for Dyer, northern sections of Gibson County, southeastern Obion County and southwestern Weakley County. So Dyersburg, Martin, New Bern, and Trenton are in the path of this. This is radar indicated. Nothing confirmed with this.
Okay, there's a new tornado for southern Massac and I believe parts of Pope, Trent. But I'm trying to get the radar off of Paducah because it's locking up. So this is for new tornado warning, Massac, Pope, Crittenden, Central Livingston.
Okay.
Until 11:15. And I'm keeping an eye on that other stuff for you coming in from the west.
Okay. Okay, guys, so this is going to be tricky here. Let me finish here first. I want to make sure we cover our bases in Tennessee. Tornado warning there. Right now, this is radar indicated rotation. And that rotation, yeah, it's right here. The winds inside the storm around Dyersburg. This is it's not well defined. It's more winds blowing out from the storm, but there's a little bit of a signature here, a little bit of a hook around Dyersburg. So if that thing continued to and see this is our problem, is you notice how the radar switches back. We're going back to the Paducah radar, and we don't have any data coming in on our Paducah radar right now. So we kind of have to, we're almost making an estimate here. Okay. All right, so this storm, moving at 45. New Bern, 1037, Trimble, 1045, Rutherford at 1058, Greenfield at 1113, and Dresden at 1123. Let's go back up to and now we're getting the signal here in the station. All right, this is our tornado emergency for Dawson Springs. And we're going to get to the Paducah, McCracken County situation here in a second. Dawson Springs right now, tornado is on top of town as expected. And this is, again, a catastrophic tornado. Dawson Springs and St. Charles in Caldwell and Hopkins County. This storm is still doing damage. And we do have a debris signature right here on the west side of Dawson Springs. It's going to go right across town and eventually cut just to the north of Nortonville. All right, let's go down, go back to the home view here. This is really tough because we don't have radar information. So if you're, for whatever reason, if you're just joining us, there was a power outage at the National Weather Service office in Paducah. Communication has been lost there. They had to transfer responsibilities to their office in Springfield, Missouri. The radar is down currently in Paducah. But we do have a tornado warning in effect for Massac, Pope, and Livingston County. Let's get you that warning information here. This is radar indicated rotation that, according to the printout, was located over Brookport at 10:29. So 5 minutes ago, the rotation was over Brookport, moving northeast at 45 miles per hour. That'll put it near Berna at 10:50 and Salem and Joy at around 10:55. So we have to do, kind of a track based on just the warning information. So the storm was about here. 45 is going to put it on this path. Bay City, 1044, Berna at 1052, Salem at 11, Marion, Kentucky at 1114, and out of the area up around Nunn after that.
I pulled up the radar for that, I believe.
Okay.
So are we just out now? Is the data's out from Paducah, right?
Yeah, it's completely out.
And just so you know, we've got Jennifer Horvath's going to come in a minute. We've got a woman with a story about her house being hit. But real quick, I want to show you guys this. We're getting reports of extreme damage in Mayfield, the courthouse, and the jail severely hit. This is looking just 15 minutes ago, just got this photo in. This is the jail and the courthouse reported major damage. And just to reiterate for you, we're getting to a point now, we've lost the radar in Paducah. We've had power bumps in the Paducah office. We've got multiple tornadoes right now. So Trent and I are going to try to take a few of these each. We'll try to make sure we cover them. There's the tornado in Dawson Springs. Just to give you a reset, that is a tornado emergency. That tornado emergency continues. That is coming east on 69. That is still producing catastrophic damage. I was just in the newsroom, and we've got houses that have either been brought to the ground, roofs that are gone, the courthouse in Mayfield severely damaged. So join all of us here, and we're going to extend prayers to those in Mayfield and Graves County. There's your tornado in Dawson Springs, but let's show you the one coming out of southern Illinois that we just had that Trent was talking about. Here is that tornado. And now you have to understand, we're looking at the radar from Fort Campbell, so this is going to look messy. It's not going to be as crystal clear as the radar from Paducah, but we'll leave that technicality out of it. There's your tornado between Bay City and Smithland. So this is the newest tornado warning we have. If you're in Bremen, Salem, Kentucky, we have seen almost all of these tornadoes tonight that have produced both damage, catastrophic damage, and have stayed on the ground for long periods of time. There's the tornado. Smithland, Kentucky, you may have gotten your emergency alert, but Smithland, you are not under any imminent threat from the path we believe should pass to your north. But Bremen, Salem, if you live on 60 to Marion, Kentucky, that is a tornado. Let's go ahead and try to look at the debris signature. I'll zoom this out for you here. We do have another tornado warning now for northwestern Obion County. Let me put a track on this, then we'll get to that. In between Trent and I, will try to do each of us one of these tornado warnings. So to clarify for everybody, we've got 3 active tornado warnings in our area. One heading out of southeastern Massac County, the second moving east out of Dawson Springs, and the third now in Obion County. We will be tracking each of these for you. This one, this is the track of it. We'll put this at the correct speed. That's not the correct speed. They're moving still to the northeast at about 50 miles an hour. So if you're in the path of this one, Bremen, Salem, Marion, Kentucky. Marion arrival time 11:06, Salem 10:54, Bremen 10:46. Cover your head, shelter in a bathtub in innermost room. If you're in a mobile home in the Marion, Kentucky area, if you're in a manufactured home in the Marion, Kentucky area, now is your time to leave that now and go find a better place of shelter. Jennifer Horvath's going to be in here in a minute. Once we maybe, hopefully catch a break, I will relay to you, we have a story of someone who left their mobile home and has survived because they left their mobile home. On this tornado emergency still?
Well, no, we need to stay on this storm that's in Livingston County right now. This thing doesn't look very good. This is a horrible situation because we, have lost radar data from Paducah. But I tell you what, there was a pretty nasty signature. If we've got anybody down around Brookport and even on even close across the river. In Paducah, over across the way, there was about 1028. The Fort Campbell site picked up a really nasty signature that moved across the Brookport Bridge, and of course that is now up into Livingston County. It's actually Polk County right now. It's just south of Bay City, but it really, again, this is so far away. We're probably scanning way high up in the atmosphere. So we're not getting ground truth to that.
When you're ready, I've got a track on for the one in Tennessee.
Yeah, if you want to take here, yeah, take that one, and then I'll work on a track on the other one.
So we'll toss back and forth here, given the track, seeing as though we've reached a point of the night now where we've got multiple tornadoes in effect. This is for Tennessee. If you're in Kenton, Martin, Dresden, Palmersville, do not wait. Seek your shelter now, your tornado precaution. And remember, as Trent explained with the radar data, just because it may not look as super crystal clear as it did before does not mean you should think you're okay or not take shelter. Right here is where this circulation is. Let me highlight that to you. And I should also remind you there's another line of storms with a tornado warning near Fredericktown, Missouri we're keeping an eye on. So for those of you in Cape Girardeau, Jackson, Missouri, in the Carbondale area, we're keeping an eye on that one as well. We'll get to that in a few minutes. This is your circulation, Kenton, Martin, Dresden. Circulation probably going to pass between Martin and Dresden, 15 minutes or so. The next tornado warning in Tennessee is this one, which we're not going to really get a good handle on the radar from there. This is a warning that goes for Obion County till 11:15. If I had to pick out where in there, Trent, it's probably in the northwestern part of the county, but
yeah,
approaching Fulton, we'll keep an eye on that for you too. So that's the two in Tennessee. If you want to pick up the one in Kentucky.
Okay, yeah, let's. Okay, we'll head back here oh, hey, Kaylee, favor. Over on source 1, will you hit the button that says Enable Magic Track down there in the bottom right?
Can. There you go.
Thank you. Okay. Again, we don't know exactly what we're looking at here because this is way far away. We're using the Fort Campbell radar to look at something in Livingston County. So you keep in mind the curvature of the Earth, the radar beam shoots up and out, so we're scanning pretty high up in the atmosphere. But there's certainly a sign of rotation here right over the Ohio River south of Bay City, and it's getting ready to crossing now into Livingston County. So this thing is headed toward Berna. We'll continue to slide up north of Salem as well. So we do have a tornado warning here. This is a radar indicated area of rotation that started out over the Ohio River on the north side of Paducah, right over toward the Brookport Bridge, and it's survived this far and is continuing to move off to the northeast at about 45 miles per hour. So let's move the camera around here and we'll put a track on this. The best we can do right now is just, well, let's try this again. We're not flying blind, but we're flying close to blind on this. Well, let's try this one more time. Oh, wrong one. All right. So moving off to the northeast at about 45 miles per hour. This storm will be close to Salem, close to Berna at 10:49, Salem at 10:57, Marion at 11:10, and Sturgis at around 11:26. Again, this is a tornado warning until 11:15. Let's get you that warning information here. Right now, the storm is in Livingston County, so I think we can signal the all clear from Massac. Pope County, it's right on the Ohio River there. It's south of Golconda. If you're in Golconda, you guys are not in this warning. But for central Livingston County up into southwestern Crittenden County, tornado warning is in effect until 11:15 this evening. And radar indicated area of rotation. A quick update on the tornado emergency. We now have a tornado warning that includes Madisonville, and this is, Kaylee, do you mind to get me that printout for the one that just came out? 11:15 includes Earlington, Madisonville, Morton's Gap, and Nortonville. The threat tag still says catastrophic. Tornado emergency for Earlington and Afton. Large destructive tornado was observed near Earlington at 10:43, just south of Madisonville, right here. I cannot believe that this thing is still producing a tornado, but it is. Let's go down for a little bit of a closer view. Thankfully, we're able to look at this through the Fort Campbell radar site. Tornado is right here. It's just in the north of Nortonville, northwest of Nortonville. It is getting ready to move out of the Local 6 coverage area. Basically, once it gets past I-69, that's out of our area. But it is going to cross I-69 in between Madisonville and Earlington. So a tornado emergency for those areas. There is still a debris ball with this. It hit Princeton and Dawson Springs. It's just north of St. Charles, and it looks like it may pass just to the south of Earlington, kind of splits the difference between Earlington and Nortonville, and then it's gone. It's out of our area. All right, let's refresh this. And do you have anything new for us, Noah?
Unfortunately, I'm following with our feed. A lot of people saying that they're trying to get in touch with people in Princeton and can't. I think that we might have a cell tower out now because we heard this in the newsroom. So everybody, just to understand, let's take a quick step back while we can. There's power outages. There might be some cell service that's been impacted. So we're doing our best, and everybody's doing their best to keep everybody informed and in touch. There is no current threat in McCracken County or Paducah for a tornado. A couple of other things to answer other questions. This tornado in Tennessee, I switched the radar to what's called our composite mode so we can just more clearly see what's going on. If you're in Sharon, Martin, Dresden, Palmersville, Puryear, you need to be taking precaution as if this was a tornado. This is more likely a big surge, a big forward flank draft of wind, a strong push of wind. It might as well be a tornado. Treat this as a tornado. Sharon, Martin, if you live anywhere on 45E between Sharon and Martin, you've got about, the time now is 10:47, you've got about 10 to 15 minutes. As soon as we see any report of debris, I will tell you, but it looks like the strongest rotation in Tennessee is near between Rutherford and Kenton. We're getting radar returns. Granted, they're very high up in the atmosphere, well over 100 miles an hour. So even if we extrapolated that down to what they would be at the ground, there is very strong wind near Kenton, Tennessee, heading towards Sharon, north of Greenfield, and eventually Dresden. If you're in the Martin area, there's a lot of lightning, there's a lot of wind, but the two circulations, there's one just to the northeast of Union City is going to miss Martin, and the one near Kenton is going to miss Martin. So if you're watching or listening in Martin, Tennessee, we believe both of those should miss you. But for our Tennessee friends, this is the warning information, the tornado warning for parts of Dyer, Gibson, really southeastern Obion and Weakley County till 15 minutes past 11. And Trent, that now is observed tornado.
Okay.
And that is moving east at 50. This was 10 minutes ago, 9 minutes ago, a tornado located near Dyersburg, moving east-northeast at 50. Just looking at the radar out of, this would be Memphis, that would line up. So let me stop this real quick. I'll try to pinpoint that for you real quick. Kenton is going to be right about in here. If there was a tornado, it would be on this notch, right here. So 45W, Kenton, the Rutherford tornado shelter. Up next from that, Sharon, Tennessee. If you're in Sharon, we want you to make sure you're aware of that. And one other thing for you before I give you back to Trent. Those of you, just a quick update, new tornado warning polygon now. Just to do a quick, big scale picture. Let's zoom this out. We cannot sound the all clear until we get past the second line of storms, which stretches outside of St. Louis down just east of Rolla, Missouri into northern Arkansas. Once we get through this right here, that will be it for the night, most likely. But that still can produce severe weather and tornadoes. The atmosphere is still plenty unstable and extremely sheared, especially in the lower few thousand feet. So those of you in southern Illinois, if you haven't gotten a lot, you might have been watching us give this very troubling, very bad forecast at times here in analysis. This is something we're going to watch. That's a new warning, I believe. Trent, that's northern Bollinger Cape and parts of southern Perry County till 11:30. That tornado warning is just issued. That is a tornado that is radar indicated near Marquand, moving due east at 50. So let's give a big picture of that. Then, Trent, I'm going to toss it back to you so I can get this picture, and I just got moving east at 50. So southern Illinois, folks, if you're watching, you're not out of the woods yet. This, with time, I think it's fair to say, will probably transition more to a straight line damaging wind threat. East-northeast over the next 90 minutes to 2 hours. So southern Illinois, folks, eventually Grand Tower, Carbondale vicinity, we'll get a storm, whether it's severe or not, we'll see. Marion and Harrisburg eventually in the path of that tornado warning. When we pull up Cayce,
What's that?
did you catch Mark's in your ear? We've got a report from a viewer's story to share in a second, I think.
Okay.
Newest Polygon. So want me to switch you to the composite real quick? Go over there for you.
Let's see.
So you have it? The composite radar?
Yeah, you may need to get that for me. Have we lost? Okay, no, we've still got Fort Campbell.
Okay, I'll talk.
So real quick, just a few reports. I've got a friend in Marshall that says that there's folks that are trapped in houses in Marshall County. Trees, power lines down everywhere. Had a report from a friend that brother lives on Princeton Country Club, and he said that his house is gone, vehicles are totaled. That was right around the golf course there. The reports are hard to get in because coverage of this storm has taken out so much power and so much of our communications abilities. So, we are just scratching the surface on reports here. Okay, where to go next? We've got so many that we're watching right now. Let's give you an update on the Livingston and Crittenden County storm. This is the problem we're running into. We're losing our radar data from Paducah. If you're just joining us and you happen to have kind of missed some of the details of what's going on, the National Weather Service office in Paducah took a power hit, and they lost radar and communications. So having a real difficult time getting information in and out from them. So let me give you an update here on our tornado warning in Livingston County. A really nasty storm here around Salem, and it's headed up toward Marion, Kentucky, moving northeast at about 45 miles per hour. At last check, this was a radar indicated area of rotation. Trying to look at a couple things behind the scenes here because it's a little easier to juggle switching the radars. There is still some rotation on this thing. It's not real well defined. Of course, we're looking at it from way up high because it's scanning from the radar site down in Fort Campbell. But this tornado warning continues here for parts of Livingston and Crittenden County, basically Salem up toward Marion until 11:15, so it's got about another 20 minutes on it. Radar indicated area of rotation, and we've also got tornado warnings here in Tennessee. Let's give you updates on those. And so I'm going to step off. I need to switch the radar again. Bear with us. We're going to have to do a little bit of juggling on some of these things with the loss of communication.
I don't know if you heard from Mark too. We got some sound out of Hickman.
Okay. Have we lost Memphis? No. Okay. So, particularly strong-looking storm here around Rutherford in Tennessee. This one is moving to the east-northeast at around 45 miles per hour. So let me do a zoom out here and track this. Worst of this storm is going to be sliding over here into southern sections of Weakley County, possibly with up to quarter-size hail and maybe some rotation. Rutherford is pretty much in your neighborhood right now. Greenfield at around 11:10. McKenzie at around 11:31. And Henry at 11:38. Our tornado warning up around the Union City area, that's one that we're having a hard time getting data in for. It does appear maybe some rotation that's off to the west of town. Are y'all trying to communicate with me? Okay, so we have a sound bite, and this is from Cayce, Kentucky? Okay. From Hickman County? Okay. Go ahead and we'll go ahead and play that.
Lives in Cayce, right across from the fire department, and her daughter lives right up on the hill from where she lives in a double wide. So she went, and she's in a wheelchair. She went to her daughter's, and they all got in the bathroom. There's a little hallway before you get into the bathroom, and they got there, and it blew the house away. The only thing standing was the bathroom and the hall. And there was trees. I bet there was 8 or 9 pine trees in her front yard. She says all the trees are gone. The fire department is damaged. I don't know if it's blown away or damaged. And she said when the fire department got to her and took her out of her house, out of her daughter's house, she had a sign on her back that said, "As for me and my house, we'll serve the Lord," that was stuck to her clothes on the back of her shirt.
Wow.
And my nephew's stepdaughter lives in the Cayce area, and it sucked her well out of the ground.
That is just unbelievable.
All right, what you just heard was some sound out of Hickman County, the Cayce area earlier. Let's do a quick reset for you. All right, we're back, everybody. That was some sound out of Hickman County. It's now coming up on 11 p.m. Central Time on what has been a night that we are going to remember for a long time, but we will leave that be for right now. Kaylee, can you enable that magic track for me on Max 1? The radar is lit up right now. We've got multiple tornado warnings, multiple sectors of people that are trying to get alerts and warnings, and we're going to go through everything that you need to know here. So actually, toggle the radar on and save that just so, because it's, thank you. Yeah, we've lost that. So we're going to leave that on as the default. And Kaylee, if you get anything, please jump in. So let's do a quick reset now. Coming up on 11 p.m. First and foremost, let's stop the radar. We're going to go through these in order of severity. So the first, You have to catch that for me because I'm losing my stuff over here. Is that a new warning for Dyer County? Okay, so we're going to go through this in order of severity. First is our remarkable tri-state tracking tornado that just refuses to stop. We've got crews that are both one that's in Mayfield and one or nearing Mayfield. As soon as we get reports from Jack Kane or any of our crews that are in Graves County, we will of course pass those along to you. But this is by far and away the warning of greatest threat and biggest concern. This is a warning that's now technically out of our area. That's for Ohio County. That continues the considerable damage, tag, and threat that is just insane that this thing started in Arkansas, came over the Mississippi confluence, went across Tennessee, went across Kentucky, and now is paralleling the Parkway out. So if you have family or friends out here north of Central City, give them a call, let them know that that is coming. So that's this first tornado warning. We're going to come back to that in a little later because that's now leaving in our area. I want to give some coverage and attention to our Marion, Kentucky friends. This is a tornado warning that I believe is going to be allowed to expire, but we will see. This goes till 11:15, which you can see the extent of the storm is starting to leave, but parts of Crittenden, especially northern Livingston County, this includes Salem. So let's zoom in. You're going to have to bear with us because, as Trent has explained, it's going to be very difficult to give a velocity presentation right now. So lots of lightning. Kaylee, if you wouldn't mind, on the bottom right, could you toggle off the lightning? Scroll in there and toggle off the lightning for me. If you're in Mattoon, Marion, Kentucky, along 60, there can be some quarter-plus sized hail in through here, and there still is the potential for a tornado right in this vicinity. 297 coming into 60. So Marion, Kentucky, we want you to be sheltered in your tornado precautions for the next few minutes. Tornado precautions there. That warning goes till 11:15. We will see if that gets extended. I want to go out now to our Tennessee friends because we have been covering what is going to be in the top for worst tornadoes we've ever had, the one that went across. But we'll worry about all of that later. The main concern now is keeping people safe that are under imminent threat. And this is particularly dangerous. This is another tornado emergency. It's remarkable that these keep coming. This is a considerable observed tornado now. If you are in these cities or towns, Martin, the worst of it is just south of Martin, but Martin, Tennessee. Paris, Tennessee, this is coming for you. Greenfield, you're in the direct path of that. But what I'm most concerned about is Dresden. If you're watching and listening in Dresden, Tennessee, this is a considerable threat from another tornado. This is moving to the northeast. Something I want to point out before we do a deep dive into the velocity, southern Callaway, Murray area. Let's track this out so you guys can have a heads up. So New Concord, not quite to Farmington. Farmington, folks, you'll probably just get a good old storm without the big severe threat. But certainly Murray, New Concord, southeastern Callaway, northern Henry County. This is a confirmed tornado, particularly dangerous, moving to the northeast at 50 miles an hour. Murray, we just had a tornado in Murray on Sunday. In Callaway, we've had 4 tornadoes on Sunday with that big squall line. These are areas that have already been hit, already had damage, and you're going to get this again. Palmersville, 1116. Puryear, if you're watching, we've got a lot of people who watch us in Puryear, Tennessee, just past 11:30, so you still got a few minutes. New Concord, as I just told you, 11:47. Hamlin, 11:53. If you're visiting us, we know there's a lot of people in Murray for this weekend. If you're visiting or you're in a hotel or you're watching us in Murray, consider this your first warning here. 11:40, Murray, Kentucky. This observed, particularly dangerous tornado is coming your way. The rest of Graves County, we're cleaning up now. We're hopefully getting some emergency crews there. This is just some rain right now. There is no more threat imminent in Graves County. So to repeat, there's that new tornado warning coming out of Marion, Kentucky. This is a new particularly dangerous, that's the pink polygon, excuse me, That includes Dresden and Palmersville, Tennessee. Let's go ahead and see if we can get into the velocity scope here. Probably not going to get anything good because we've lost one and or two of our radar sites right now. So let's go back to the radar. This pink polygon, let's just focus on this. The storms are right here. Confirmed observed tornado. Closet innermost room. If you're in Palmersville right now, north of Dresden to Palmersville. Cottage Grove, you're in this as well. Kaylee, if you wouldn't mind, could you toggle or Trent toggle the radar back on for me, for us on here? So this is the newest polygon. We've just come out. This is the newest warning of greatest concern. Union City, you're in the clear right now. Fulton, you're in the clear right now. Palmersville, Dresden, Gleason, closet, innermost room. You're not going to see this coming. It's going to come real fast, and it's going to go real fast, but it's going to hit hard. It's coming to Palmersville, Dresden, Gleason, if you're in one of those three or in between one of those three. This is in northeastern Weakley County. Let's do a quick reset here, and let's go back to the storms in Missouri because we've got 4 states here to cover. Kaylee, if you could turn on, can you turn on the magic track again? We've got another tornado warning there. And again, we've got crews that are heading to Murray. As soon as we hear anything from them, we'll let you know. The entire weather team's here. We're not going to go anywhere, especially seeing as though we've got more storms coming. As soon as you got something, Trent, feel free to hop on in.
Yeah, if you wouldn't mind real quick just to come out, we've got a message from the Graves County EMA director that if you live in Mayfield and can walk safely, please head to Fire Station House 1. That's located at 2011 East Broadway Street. There are going to be buses there to help transport people. Again, if you're in Mayfield, if you can get around and walk safely without having to go over debris, power lines, head to Fire Station House 1, 211 East Broadway Street. There's going to be buses there to help transport people. That's a message from the newsroom, to our newsroom from the Graves County EMA director.
And the rain continues there too. It'll be raining in Graves. Let's do a quick look into Graves County. We're thinking of all of you, seriously, keeping you in our prayers and thoughts that everybody's there okay. But we've got rain in Mayfield. If you happen to still be listening in the Graves County area, the rain will let up in about 15 to 20 minutes. But let's cover all of our bases and get to this new tornado warning, which is still ongoing. This one has got its eyes for southwestern Illinois. So first and foremost, there's a severe thunderstorm warning. This includes northern Cape County, Jackson. This is really for 60-mile-per-hour wind, but there could certainly be some large hail in there. But the one tornado warning for our Missouri friends, that is heading towards SIU. The Carbondale area is right there. Let me give you the information on that tornado warning. This one is going to run, I believe, until 11:30, which is for really far northern Cape County, parts of Perry County and Bollinger. Let's put a track on that. So if you're in the path of this one, you've got this risk of that tornadic circulation that could do damage. Probably a little more north of due east. So you see that Carbondale to Carterville to Interstate 57. And the good news there is that that tornado warning has been allowed to drop, but we will still keep an eye on that. Grand Tower, Carbondale area about 11:51, and again, Carterville at about midnight. So it's now 8 minutes past 11. That tornado emergency it was a tornado emergency from essentially Jonesboro to where it is. Has it stopped being a tornado emergency? Or the pink catastrophic tag? I think this has been a catastrophic tornado for the better half of 3 hours now, that storm, and that is exiting our area near Central City, Kentucky. We're keeping an eye on that. In terms of other active storms, I really want to make sure we focus in on the storm that's in Tennessee. That's heading out soon of northeastern Weakley County, but we're taking this very seriously here. Palmersville, Dresden. Worst of it, going to probably miss Gleason to the north. But especially in these tornadic circulations, there's so much wind coming into these things, funneling in from the south. rotating into these things. The low-level wind shear is exceptionally high, even for December standards. And the fact that we've had 2 of these in a week just adds to the remarkable factor to this. But the point of that is, even though you might quote-unquote miss the worst of it, Gleason, you still can get winds, high winds, that are funneling in from the south and curling around into that storm. The worst of it now is Dresden. Let's zoom in and give you a street-by-street view. Puryear, you're up next. Highway 54. Dresden, the circulation is over you right now. That is right over the center of Dresden. And remember, radar is a snapshot, so it's not a movie. This is a snapshot. So the radar is showing it in Dresden, but really it's probably right here. It's probably already a little bit, maybe 2 miles or so outside of Dresden. Cottage Grove, this is now in Henry County. Cottage Grove, you're up next. These are pretty rural areas in far northeastern Weakley County. Palmersville, shelter. Could be some hail with the pink in there. Certainly some damaging winds. I don't know if any of you guys got anything to report out of Tennessee in terms of this storm, but haven't heard from the Weather Service out of Memphis that covers this, but this is still, the pink polygon, remember, is that higher threat, the considerable threat level. The Greenfield to Dresden area, Martin, you're in the clear. So if you're in Martin, Tennessee, and you're listening to this, you're in the clear. So north of Paris, really Puryear, and eventually southern Callaway. I don't want to leave you guys out. Murray, folks, we're keeping an eye on this for you. Let's put a loop on the radar and show you this. It's coming for you. In fact, I wouldn't reckon to believe soon we'll get a new extension of this into Callaway County. So this is tracking to the northeast, and I'm going to deduce that this is where the circulation would be, right in there. That's going to track essentially from here right over 641, probably just south of Murray, to Hamlin and New Concord in southeastern Callaway County. That in the next 30 minutes. At least the center of Murray right now, the worst of that may miss you just to the south, but we're keeping an eye on it. And to reiterate that message, we're going to repeat that in a minute, what Trent Okerson said, the message for those of you in Mayfield about meeting, if you can walk, we'll repeat that for you here in a second. But in terms of our tornado emergency, in the supercell that is going to be remembered, researched, documented, and remembered not in a good way in our area for a long time, is now in Ohio County in approaching central Kentucky. If you have family or friends outside the Evansville area, certainly something to keep an eye on. But we still do have that active polygon over, I believe that's going to be Livingston County, but I want to give you the all clear here. If you're in Marion, the worst of this has passed you. Still going to keep an eye on this right here. Some hail, maybe some strong winds, could be over 60 miles an hour. That's between Sturgis and Providence. So possible 60-mile-per-hour winds. There we go. Now we're getting the radar out of Fort Campbell. And guys, what do you got?
Hey, Noah, I was going to let you know, National Weather Service in Memphis getting reports that of a tornado in Kenton at, that was at 10:47. Multiple power lines down, trees down, and impassable roads. Some power flashes around Dresden, and that circulation, of course, now passing to the north and northeast of Dresden. In Kenton, Tennessee, 6 to 12 houses totaled, and some entrapments going on with some folks there as well. So, pretty bad situation there in Tennessee. And also, while I've got the mic hot, again, a reminder for folks in Mayfield. If you can walk safely, please head to the fire station, House 1, which is located at 2011 East Broadway Street. There will be buses to transport people to somewhere safe. So again, go to Fire Station House 1, 2011 East Broadway Street, to catch a bus to somewhere safe, okay? But again, Kenton, Tennessee, we've had reports of confirmed tornado damage there. That storm is passing through, has moved just to the north of Dresden and is now moving to the northeast near Cottage Grove in Tennessee. It'll pass just to the near or north of Cottage Grove. This is your early heads up if you live around Puryear and Hazel. This storm will be heading your direction. And again, this is our situation here where because of the power outage at the National Weather Service in Paducah, we do not have that radar access, and so we're having to rely on some additional radar data. So we're not flying blind, but we certainly don't have the radar guidance that we wish we had on this. But definitely for folks that live over toward the Puryear area and even up around Murray, let's be keeping a real close eye on this one.
Say, have you seen what I see on the Fort Campbell rotation? If you look on it, you got it
Yes.
on your radar.
Yeah.
It
Yeah,
certainly seems like that probably is an act. You have to bear with us, not to repeat over and over again. It's making it hard on us to analyze this without that Paducah radar. But with the best information available to us, here is what you need to know. Cottage Grove to Paris to Puryear, Tennessee. In here, there is very likely a tornado. We're getting winds on the Fort Campbell radar up to, granted, this is off the ground, up to 135 miles an hour. That is several a ways from there. But Cottage Grove, you got to be on the alert. Shelter, cover your head, bathtub, innermost room. Cottage Grove, this is coming to you in 5 minutes.
There is, on the Fort Campbell radar site, there is a debris ball. There's at least a CC.
Oh, there we go, yeah.
Yeah, so
we get that up?
there is some debris on there.
Is there a way we could get that up? Let me try to see.
Let me, here.
Okay, yeah.
Let me take over for just a second. While I'm doing that too, I wanted to read off Marshall County Emergency Management called and said residents need to stay off the roads and highways. Emergency crews are trying to navigate and rescue, and the last thing that they need is for folks to be in the way. When asked about confirmed damage, he said that it is widespread and no confirmed injuries or fatalities. But again, no sightseeing in Marshall County. We've got to stay home, let the crews do their job, and yeah, we've got a very strong signature of rotation here in Weakley County. I don't know why in the world that is doing that.
Hey Trent, real fast, we're getting a couple comments here on Facebook saying that the courthouse is on fire and also that it has been down. So there's something going on with the courthouse also in the Mayfield area. I know we've been talking about that for a while,
Yeah.
but someone said it's destroyed, but also someone has said it is on fire.
Okay, it's really bad. It's really bad in Mayfield. Noah, bear with me here. I don't know why
It's all
this. I don't know why this is popping on here. I'm going to have to click.
So while Trent's getting that up for us, Cottage Grove, we just heard this from Philip Madison, who works in our promotions department here at the news station. It's bad in Marshall, mostly out Moores Camp Highway, possibly multi-fatalities. That's from Philip Madison, who also happens to work here. So that just came in a minute ago. That's in Marshall. And we'll continue to hear reports in the Moores Camp area. But in Tennessee, bear with us as we get this fixed. Cottage Grove, Tennessee. This is a velocity that is continuing to go on an uptrend. Cottage Grove, Tennessee, you need to be in shelter right now. Puryear, Tennessee, you need to be in shelter right now. We have seen this, unfortunately, too often and too much tonight. Murray proper, this will miss Murray proper. That is a strong rotation that Trent just pulled up here. That's coming out of northeastern Obion. Puryear, you are right in the path. Probably going to pass, it's going to cross 641. So if you know people that are driving up or down 641, they need to stop and let this tornado pass. In terms of Callaway County, it would be my estimation, I think the three of us will agree that there will probably be an extension of that tornado warning for Callaway here momentarily. And when that does, you will hear your wireless emergency alert more likely than not in Murray. You might even hear the tornado sirens in Murray. But as of right now, it looks like this is going to pass south of Murray. So if you hear that in Murray, You may get the warning. Don't be confused. The warning is really for the New Concord area in southeastern parts of Callaway, and that's going to cross over the lake and eventually into northwestern Stewart County. So if you're north of Dover and big picture, this will eventually hit I-24. Now, something interesting about this cell is it's on the leading edge of all this, which would make me believe that it could certainly maintain its strength as it continues. What do you got, Kaylee?
Hey, yeah, real quick on the National Weather Service chat, it says that K Energy in Ohio County just blew up to over 1,500 power outages. That just came down about 2 minutes ago.
Thank you, Kaylee. Here in Dresden was hit hard, Trent and Kaylee. Hearing a lot of Dresden hit hard in that feed. A lot of people asking about Paducah. There is nothing imminent for Paducah. There is one more line of storms in southeast Missouri, paralleling Highway 67. We're going to watch, but as of right now, there is no imminent threat. But as Trent drew on here, Puryear, New Concord, Tennessee, there is, at least there has been, it's kind of muddled right now, debris, and there's actually probably maybe even some debris fallout. You might even have some debris fallout out ahead of this. So the blue is the inbound wind, which is over 100 miles an hour. These pixels you're seeing here, granted, by the time the radar in Fort Campbell is hitting that, we're scanning this at several thousand feet up. So it's not a true representation of the wind right down at the ground. But that is a circulation nonetheless. To repeat, be sheltered now. Puryear, you've got that coming in about 10 minutes. Southeastern New Concord, southeastern Callaway County, probably shortly thereafter, which would be 10:47, and then we'll see if that holds together heading south to Cayce.
There was certainly some damage around Dresden. In fact, I can't zoom in because if I do, I'll lose the radar from Fort Campbell. That's about as good as I can do. But you see this little area, that's our debris tracker. That area was our debris tracker right around Dresden. We saw that debris kind of fade away as it moved farther into eastern sections of Weakley County. We don't quite have that same, notice right there, there's that kind of green and white area. That's where it did pick up some debris coming out of Dresden, and that has faded away a little bit, but that's just kind of, again, that's the debris tracker. The rotation is still extremely strong here, and this is coming into, passing basically over and just south of Cottage Grove, and is going to be moving very, very close to Puryear, Tennessee. Bear with us, we keep having the radar drop out because we have to depend on the National Weather Service radar out of Fort Campbell right now because the one in Paducah is down. This thing does appear to be on a track that is going to take it very, very close to Puryear, Tennessee. So if you guys are in Puryear or just south of town on 641, you've got to get to your safe place of shelter right now. We're not out of the woods yet. This is an area of Tennessee that has not had much thunderstorm activity yet. So the atmosphere is still very unstable and volatile, tons of rotation and wind shear here. So if you guys are in that area, let me put a track again on this part of the storm. It's moving to the northeast at 55 miles per hour. And that is going to put it around Whitlock at 11:29, Puryear at 11:32, New Concord at 11:46, Bumpus Mills at 12:05. We have to assume that this will continue to produce rotation and possibly a tornado. It did produce a tornado around Dresden, Tennessee. There have been reports of significant damage there. And this storm, very dangerous, headed toward and just south of the Puryear, Tennessee area. Again, the tornado warning that is in effect here is for an observed tornado with a considerable threat and also hail of around quarter size. That tornado warning goes until 11:45, so another 20 minutes on that warning here in Weakley and Henry County in Tennessee. We also have other storms that we're following. There is still a tornado warning in effect for Webster County, I believe. That's until 11:45. That's a radar indicated area of rotation around Dixon. And we have, as we have to turn a little different radar on, there's a storm here that's in northern Cayce County. This one right now is a severe thunderstorm warning in effect until 11:45 for damaging winds of 60 miles per hour and hail size of at least quarter size.
Hey, Trent, if you want,
Yes.
that is a little bit of information from the National Weather Service.
Yes.
So about a couple minutes ago, tornadic circulation was crossing into Henry County, and that was passing very south of the Cottage Grove area. And then Lee and St. Francis storm, the storm was showing a bowing structure. That wind threat's going to continue to increase, and also the hail threat is increasing west of Hughes. And that line segment is from Osceola. That's moving west of the Dyersburg area. And then something else real fast, we have possible debris signature just west of the Cottage Grove area.
Yeah, so that's our tornado warned storm that we've been following for quite some time. Just bear with us, boy. This has just been a night that we'll never forget for all the wrong reasons. We've had just a tremendous amount of damage in our area. And again, I know we've got a lot of folks that are trying to help each other out, and we're unfortunately not quite done with this just yet. Right now, our main storm in terms of severity is our tornado warning here in Henry County, Tennessee, as this storm has been showing signs of rotation. I do notice here that there's definitely still rotation, but notice how it's a little more ragged looking right now. Absolutely no way are we saying that there's an all clear just yet, but it's at least a trend that we hope will continue as this thing is getting ready to cross 641. But if you live in Puryear or just south of there in 641 and then over toward New Concord in Callaway County, now is the time to take shelter. If you have a basement, you need to head there. Head to an interior hallway or closet. Put as many walls between you and the outside as you can. We've also had reports from Marshall County, again, asking residents to stay off roads and highways. Emergency crews are trying to navigate their way around for rescue operations. The EMA director there said that there is widespread damage. Right now, no confirmed injuries or fatalities. Also, if you're in Mayfield, Kentucky, if you can safely get there, go to Firehouse 1, 211 East Broadway. There are buses there to help get you to somewhere safe for the night, as we have just had a tremendous amount of damage around the Mayfield area, a catastrophic tornado that has hit that area. We have crews that are out, headed to Mayfield, as well as Marshall County, working on getting information, video, pictures, but it's still, we're having a hard time getting information here just because, you know, we've got folks that their lives have been changed forever tonight. They're trying to pick up the pieces, so we're having, you know, the last thing on their priority list is to get, you know, videos and photos into us. But it's been a very bad night for a lot of folks across our area, and we're not quite done yet. We still have a couple, at least 2 or 3 more hours to go until we can sound the all clear on these storms across the region. We still have numerous storms around, and it will be late into the night until we are able to get the cold front through and sound the all clear. New tornado warning just coming out for Stewart County in Tennessee, and that's for the storm here that's between Puryear and Paris. Let me get you that information. That tornado warning goes until 12:15 this morning, and it is for an observed tornado. This is the damaging tornado that's currently near Cottage Grove, or 8 miles northwest of Paris. It's moving east at 60 miles per hour. So we will put a track on this. And this intense storm is headed toward the Dover area at 11:58. Big Rock at 12:05. And Fort Campbell, perhaps, by 12:22. Let's go back to regular radar, and I actually want to put the area-wide, the composite radar back on, and show you kind of where we stand with things right now. So we have our tornado warning here in Henry County and for Stewart County. There is a severe thunderstorm warning for Dyer County. That runs until 12 a.m. till midnight, so about another 30 minutes. That's for 60-mile-per-hour winds, as well as quarter-size hail. Tornado warning in Webster County. That is moving out of the local 6 area. And we have a severe thunderstorm warning for northern Cape County with a storm that is packing some strong winds, possibly some hail of quarter size. That's up around the Sedgwickville, Oak Ridge, Appleton areas there in Cape County. Put a track on that quickly here as it's moving off to the east-northeast at around 45 miles per hour. So if you're watching from Cobden, this storm may be impacting you at around 12:01. Murfreesboro at around 11:39. In between West Frankfort and Goreville at around 12:08 and 12:22. Okay, so bear with us. We actually just had I believe we just had a power bump here at the station, so some of our stuff is having a hard time right now. Do we have lightning around here right now?
Yeah.
Okay. Yeah, so bear with us. I believe we're still on air, so we'll keep going. So our severe thunderstorm warning here in Cape County. We'll go back to our Tennessee storm. And check out there's still rotation showing up here in between Puryear and Paris. And there is still a debris signature here. So very possible that we still have a tornado in progress just south of Puryear, Tennessee. This debris signature started around Dresden. It's kind of cycled up and down, and currently on 641, just about 3 miles south of Puryear is where we're currently detecting the possibility of debris being tossed up into the atmosphere from this tornado. On that current path, it is going to go very close to Dover, perhaps just to your north, and likely stay just along or south of the Kentucky-Tennessee state line there in the corner of Callaway County. So if you're on New Concord and Dover, we need to be keeping a real close eye on this situation. But our tornado warning continues here for Henry County until 11:45. And this is for an observed tornado with a considerable threat for this area. We also have a whole slew of severe thunderstorm warnings that just came out. starting to see a bow echo forming here in southern Illinois. And we have severe thunderstorm warnings now in effect. That includes, let me put the right over to the side so you get a better handle on this. From Franklin County, actually Jefferson County up around Mount Vernon, through Franklin County, Benton and West Frankfort, Williamson County, which includes Marion and Carterville, Jackson County, which includes Carbondale and Marion, and those of you in Perry County around Pinckneyville and DuQuoin. Severe thunderstorm warning here for 60-mile-per-hour winds and possibly an area or two of quarter-size hail. And this storm is moving at, goodness, 80 miles per hour.
Wow.
So let's look at that. Let's double check that. That really is going fast. So when you got an 80-mile-per-hour forward speed on this storm, you're going to have a considerable wind damage threat. So those of you along Highway 51 and I-57 in southern Illinois, this one is racing along. Let me put a track on this. Goodness, I wonder if that's right. 80 miles per hour seems, what if they meant 60? Well, we're going to track it at 80. DuQuoin at 1140, Carbondale at 1147, West Frankfort at 1155, McLeansboro at 1210, Galatia at 1211, Harrisburg at 1219, and New Haven at 1232. Let me take a measurement on this. I don't know if 80 is. I'm thinking we're probably closer to 60 miles per hour on that. But at any rate, this thing is going to have a damaging wind threat from DuQuoin to Carbondale over toward Benton, West Frankfort, and Marion in southern Illinois. So again, that tornado warning, severe thunderstorm warning is in effect until 12:15 on Saturday morning, and this is a new tornado warning. And that is out of our area. That is a tornado warning for folks up around Henderson, south of there. So not for our area. Webster County, this is a tornado warning that has been in effect for a while till 11:45. This storm around Dixon, radar indicated rotation here. That's moving out of our area here in just a few moments.
Hey Trent, real fast, we're getting multiple reports of power outages in Murray, but one person said there is a few people stuck in an elevator at Murray State right now. Okay. Yeah, we've got a lot of lightning on this storm that carries the tornado warning. And again, there is still a signature of debris right here. So this storm, it looks like it passed very close to Puryear, just to the southeast of town. And we lost the data there. So we'll put this into motion. Based on where it is headed, again, we're talking about right up along the Callaway and Henry County line. So let's switch it back over to the velocity. There is still some significant circulation that is off here. It's now about 6-7 miles southeast of Puryear. And it is moving northeast at about 55 miles per hour. So
That's going to put it up around Dover by midnight. So you got about 20 minutes. And Big Rock at around 12:07. Just got a, this is from the Kentucky State Police now. Post 1, which of course is just north of Mayfield. They say, quote, Post 1 is currently responding to a severe tornado event that spreads across multiple counties in western Kentucky. There is significant damage reported. While no fatalities have been confirmed at this time, loss of life is expected. Multiple agencies from across the purchase area are responding, and updates will follow. So I know we've had some folks that probably are having a hard time communicating with Kentucky State Police. They were near the path of this storm, and I'm sure are covered up with reports. But again, they say that significant damage has been reported across multiple counties. No fatalities have been confirmed right now, but they say, quote, loss of life is expected. So not what we wanted to hear, but given the situation that we're dealing with right now, we're just scratching the surface as far as all the damage reports, and we're very much still in rescue mode with this situation across the area tonight. All right, back on radar. Let's see, you have, is that on source 2? Do you have that picture right there?
Yeah, give me 1 second.
Okay, let's, we'll stay on source 1 just for a second while Noah's working on some pictures. And our rotation is tightening up now here around the Puryear area. So this is now re-strengthening, and this new update from the Weather Service in Memphis, observed tornado with a considerable threat, and we have had reports of damage and debris being reported in Henry County. So if you live east of Puryear, let's go down for some street level views. Pretty rural area out here. But east of Puryear up toward just south of Freeland, south of New Concord, this storm is going to pass to the south of New Concord. It's going to go over on 49, just near or northwest of Dover, and continue on across northern sections of Henry County. This is a considerable tornado threat that we need to take very seriously here. And we also have our severe thunderstorm warning for a considerable wind threat from DuQuoin to Elkville, Murfreesboro. That's moving toward Benton, West Frankfort, and Marion. And this is moving east at about 60 miles per hour. So we will track that toward Carbondale at 11:49, Benton 11:58, West Frankfort at midnight, McLeansboro at 12:18, Harrisburg at 12:28. You want to give me a breather and go through some of the photos that you've got?
We got it. This was taken from on source 2 from Land Between the Lakes. I'm going to read to you this report. This one. I'm hearing my microphone here. Mic check. I'm hearing me now. Hearing me now. So we're getting in more photos than we can go through in a short amount of time. This is from Tina Marie, guys. Look at this. Her house is on Lake Barkley. We are just down from Boyd's Landing. This pic, she sent me a screenshot. This was actually taken, I believe, from a Nest camera or something. It kind of looked like that to me. The pic is looking towards LBL. The canal you see is to the right. Her husband, Wes, got the photo in the tornado as the tornado was moving to more. So how about that for a nighttime capture? And the flash certainly seems to have been from a power flash. That was the tornado that crossed over the Lakes region earlier. Jack Kane is in Graves County right now. Hopefully we can hear from him soon. He is sending back photos. This is one of the photos he has sent back of significant damage to the Graves courthouse. Excuse me. Also, the police station in Graves has significant damage. It looks like all of the windows in the entire front of the Graves police station is essentially blown in. The top of the building and the roof seems to have been blown off as well. That's the Graves police station. What you're looking at is in front of the Graves courthouse. This is also from Mayfield. This is by the jail and the courthouse just from the street view. And a couple of other reports from there. Let me read these some more that I've got here. Power out all over the place. We've got trees down. Graves County photos continue to come in of power loss. And as Trent said to you earlier, we'll have him repeat that when he comes back on. I believe Mayfield is opening a shelter for displaced tornado victims at Mayfield High. So I don't know if we've reported that yet, or we're just getting that out now for the first time. Mayfield is opening a shelter. If you're listening in Graves to Mayfield, Mayfield is opening a shelter for displaced tornado victims at Mayfield High School. That we just got out a few minutes ago. This was arguably so far of the hundreds and thousands of photos that we've been sent, at least one of the few I've seen so far of actual tornado on ground. That was looking towards the canal is on your right. It might be hard to see, and it's actually remarkable you got this photo because the only light that's in this photo is from a power flash, which it looks like on the right, or a lightning bolt, but that certainly seems to be more of a power flash earlier.
Hey, Noah, real quick, National Weather Service just came out. They said since their systems are down, a lot of people have not been getting the warnings on the National Weather Service radios. Since those are down, so just a heads up, your weather radios from the Paducah area will not be working with our warnings here.
Well, that's really good to know. Power's out in Murray and phone's not quite working. Just got that. Just got that from actually a weather watcher at Murray. So the tornado that Trent's been tracking for you for a while now, that now has a tornado warning in southeastern Callaway. You might hear your EAS in Callaway. Trent's going to track that out for you. There is no imminent threat in Murray right now, but this is going to clip southeastern Callaway and go through northern Stewart County. So if you're in Dover or along 49 in Stewart County, now is your time to seek shelter. But for everybody else watching, there's a lot. That is the one storm that is tornadic at the moment. We're not yet to the point of sounding the all clear, but in terms of tornado at the moment, for everybody else who is asking to make this crystal clear, can't sound the all clear yet, but there's nothing else that is super concerning at the moment, which is positive.
That's the first thing positive that we've been able to say for a while, I believe. Okay, so we've got track here. Noah, you're probably gonna have to head to the wall, man. I'll drive radar, but I'm nothing left in the voice. It's gone for the night. So tracking this area of rotation is right along the Callaway and Henry and Stewart County line, headed off to the northeast at 55 miles per hour. It's going to pass very close to Fairview and Bumpus Mills. With we're still seeing signs of at least somewhat of a debris signature with this, and very powerful rotation too. So if you live in Stewart County here, between Fairview and Bumpus Mills, this storm is headed your way in the next 10 minutes. Lafayette in Christian County, 12:16 arrival time for you, and over toward Fort Campbell at 12:24. This storm has had a history of producing damage. It produced damage near Dresden, near Cottage Grove, and near Puryear. I can tell you that the debris signature right now is not as impressive as it was a little bit ago. Hopefully we continue with that. But if you live in Fairview, Bumpus Mills, Lafayette, and Fort Campbell, we've got to be taking shelter right now.
All right, we've got Jack. I got Jack on the phone from Mayfield. If you want to
Okay.
hear from him quick live. So
Yes.
Jack, you're live on the air. Go ahead, give us an update. Jack Kane, our reporter, is in Mayfield. What are you seeing, Jack? How are things there?
Hey, yeah. So no, I'm in Town Square right now in Mayfield. We're right by the FNB Bank, which the front was basically blown out. I mean, there is, it's almost indescribable how much damage we've seen in just the short time we've been here. I mean, there is just rubble everywhere. The courthouse here, one of the giant trees out front is completely toppled over. The courthouse is all torn up. Mayfield City Hall, all the glass is busted out of the front. The police station offices are just destroyed. I mean, this is, I was a reporter down in Alabama for a little while. I saw an EF-4, the damage an EF-4 tornado did down there. This is on par, if not worse than the damage I saw down there. You know, pure, just everybody.
Are there a lot of people out in the streets, Jack, walking around? Is there scenes of people
Yeah,
hurt or injured or anything with that?
We've seen some people trying to walk around, get to their houses. You know, there are power lines down everywhere right now. I mean, we're using our camera light just so we can light where we can walk, just so we're not stepping over power lines and everything. You know, first responders are out in droves right now, just trying to move power lines, clean up debris, help people. Roads are basically blocked off. Absolute mayhem here at the moment. You know, I believe at the fire department, they're trying to get people over here just to make sure everyone's safe, just kind of as a centralized location. You know, if you are walking out and around right now, you really need to make sure that you have a light, because no street lights are on. There are maybe a handful of places that still have power. It's also still pouring out here right now, and there's still lightning overhead. Still very, very bad conditions right now.
Jack, are you aware, maybe we'll share this with you so you can forward this to people that are there, that there's a tornado shelter at the high school for displaced victims there?
Is that Mayfield or Grace County High School?
Mayfield High School.
Mayfield High School, okay. If I pass some more people, I'll let them know. That's a little bit of a ways away from us, but we drove in here on the way. I mean, just the damage we've seen to homes, you know, this is summer, it takes a breath away. That's the only way I can describe it.
Hey, excuse me, Jack, it's Trent. Do you know of any reports of injuries or folks that have injuries or fatalities or anything?
I've heard some reports of people at the candle factory here in Mayfield trapped. To be quite honest with you, I don't know the extent of injuries. I don't know. A lot of it is just what I've heard and talking to people and passing that they've heard this, and you know, they've heard that people are trapped somewhere. It's kind of just all over the place, and with cell phone reception being so spotty, I've tried to call the station several times. I'm amazed this phone call is even working. But no, to answer your question, Trent, I don't have any solid numbers on any injuries or any possible fatalities.
Have you spoken to anyone with any of the officials there, with police, fire, state police, rescue, or is there anything that they're asking of people?
I've briefly spoken to some of the out here. They're just trying to get everything under control. I know they were trying to move some of the inmates out of the courthouse. That's the jail, that is. Otherwise, apart from that, it's more just them letting us know there's down power lines everywhere, and if we're going to be walking around, we need to be safe. Otherwise, we've had pretty minimal communication with them. We're just trying to stay out of the way to let them do their jobs right now.
Okay, gotcha. All right, well, stay safe down there, and thanks for checking in with us. All right.
Yeah. Thank you, guys. Thank you for keeping everyone updated. Stay safe.
You bet.
Good deal. Well, in a night full of negatives, I think we'll try to find a positive out of that, at least as of now. There's nobody that's injured there that we know of. Let's hope it stays that way.
Still not out of the woods just yet. Still looking at a tornado warning here for Stewart County. And unfortunately, this rotation is tightening up again. It is quite strong, in fact, right over Highway 49 in Tennessee. This is going to go north of Dover, but not by much. So if you live in Stewart County north of Dover, this is a pretty rural area out here, but near Bumpus Mills over toward Watts Chapel. And perhaps, goodness, I mean, this thing right now, if it continues on this track, it's going to be awfully close to Fort Campbell. Goodness. All right. Let's put a track on this and kind of get you the timing. If you happen to be watching from Fort Campbell, this thing's barreling down on you. The forward speed, according to the printout, let's see. I believe we're looking at about 55 miles per hour. So we don't have much time in Fort Campbell. 55 miles per hour, that's going to put it there at around 12:22, so about 20 to 25 minutes. Tornado possibly impacting Fort Campbell on the base. It's going to have to either weaken or it's going to have to change directions. If it doesn't, we've got about 20, 25 minutes. So if you are on base at Fort Campbell, this is your warning. You've got to get to a safe place of shelter. This storm has done damage. In fact, let's check out the debris track, and unfortunately we've got debris now showing up again. Well, it just, the Highway 49 symbol covered it up. There it is. Noah, are you over at the wall?
No, he's not.
Okay. Normally we would be at the wall in front of the camera. The problem is because of the radar outage in Paducah, we have to manually switch back and forth between the radar sites, and it's just easier to stay over here at our station. But there's the debris. It's about 6 miles northwest of Dover, and it's this thing's not headed in a good direction if you live on Fort Campbell.
We've got Kaylee Anderson in Moore's Camp, or at Moore's Camp, along Moore's Camp Highway.
Okay.
Jack is we're gonna try to get Jack live momentarily, so we're gonna get some footage and video, hopefully from Jack Kane. We're gonna try, pending technical workings, we're gonna try to get some video out of Mayfield. A couple of things, Trent, this is not something that we have a graphic for. Had debris fallout. We had the rotation from that 3-state tornado that was seemingly a tornado emergency for hours was so violent that debris was up almost to 30,000 feet. There was debris, we got so lost in the shuffle because we were rightfully so covered in the tornado. There's been debris that's fallen on the ground outside of where that tornado was. So please be very mindful of that. Southern Marshall, Central Graves, Fulton, Hickman counties, that there is debris all over the place and you might not see it. So if you're going to go out walking and try to get something done, be mindful you don't step on something and hurt yourself. Fort Campbell, the way that Trenton has drawn this, 1225. Trenton would be about 1238. This is another defined circulation right there. And something that is, very relevant with this is that this is in an area that has not been worked over yet. There still is ample wind shear out there, but there's nothing ahead of this. So the flow coming into this supercell in this line cluster is unabated. This circulation will probably continue as it comes through northern Stewart County and will eventually cross over the Kentucky state line again and in Fort Campbell. I know we might not cover this officially as our TV area, but we do have a lot of people, as I've seen this, and we all know this historically, a lot of people who are following this maybe right now in Fort Campbell, in the Fort Campbell area, who are watching us live on Facebook. This is heading for you in Fort Campbell at about 25 minutes from now. You don't want to wait until 1224 to get to your tornado precaution and shelter. This has a long history of producing damage, and that is tracking northeastward right for Fort Campbell. So for everybody else, Paducah, Southern Illinois, we do have a severe thunderstorm warning, which that does go through 13 more minutes, and that is for the moving northeast at 80 miles an hour, this squall line is. The Carbondale ASOS, this was about 12 minutes ago. The Carbondale wind sensor reported a wind gust of 63 miles an hour. Also some reports of penny-sized hail. So the McLeansboro, Harrisburg area, as Trent's drawing a track on this. You were up under the gun for this, but as we expected and talked about earlier today, yesterday, and the days leading up to this, round number 1 was the primary tornado threat. Round number 2 is primarily a straight line damaging wind threat, which is exactly what was forecast and what we're seeing. So some good, in a night full of negative, something positive. Yes, this is still a severe thunderstorm, of course, but in terms of relativity to what we've just went through, this is nothing like that. This is some strong straight line winds. West Frankfort, Harrisburg, 1230, McLeansboro, 1220, Carmi, 1241, New Haven, 1248, and this will eventually come into far southern Indiana once you get closer to 1 o'clock in the morning. But the good news there is I'm looking behind the scenes, and actually this is the Evansville radar. Yeah, there is a little notch in here that I suppose, still could spin up a tornado, but if there was going to be a tornado on a line like this, it would be an EF-0 or an EF-1, like we saw earlier this week in the first episode of Severe Weather on Sunday, because it's just harder to get those big tornadoes in this line. So right now this is a wind threat, no concerning rotation, but we're keeping an eye on that. In terms of what's out there beyond this, out in Springfield, the radar is finally quiet. Outside of St. Louis, the radar is finally quiet. There is actually a tornado that went through near Memphis, Tennessee. In terms of our Tennessee counties, some lightning and thunder continuing from Greenfield to Dresden, some lightning and thunder from Yorkville to Kenton. Still hearing reports of damage from Kenton. I'm going to see if I can pull this up. Still hearing about the candle factory in Mayfield, about entrapment. That was a big thing. We're continuing to extend our prayers to Mayfield. Again, if you're watching this there, the severe threat has passed, Mayfield. There is rain and some lightning and thunder going to continue there for the next hour or so, but the worst of the weather is done. This is a new tornado warning that continues on that considerable tag. If you're in southern Christian, far southern parts of Christian and Trigg counties, this goes till 1245. This here has a very long history of being cycling on and off. Tornado debris signature, not. And this, this is going to head right for Fort Campbell. Yeah,
this is a PDS, confirmed large, dangerous tornado around Big Rock, and Fort Campbell is directly in the path of this at 1220. So again, this is a particularly dangerous situation, tornado warning. So Fort Campbell got to take shelter right now.
I'm going to take an assumption that the base there is well aware of this, the base that we have at Fort Campbell. But this is going to head right for that Fort Campbell radar, which if we lost that, then we're going to really have a predicament here with the radar situation, but we'll not worry about that for right now. Lots of lightning in Cayce. There actually is a strong burst of wind near Cayce, near 60, probably 45 or 50 miles an hour, but certainly Lafayette, right along the Kentucky-Tennessee line, this blue is wind pushing 100 miles an hour. You combine that with the wind in the red, so this is wind blowing very strong from the southwest to the northeast, and the red is the wind blowing away from the radar, which is that spinning thing you're seeing. That's the spinning radar in Fort Campbell. Red is away. Red on the leading edge of that, that is your tornado. Unlike the tornadoes before, this is a very key differentiator. If you're watching us from Lafayette to Fort Campbell, the Mayfield tornado, it was raining, and then the tornado came. There was minutes and minutes and minutes of rain, some hail and lightning, and then the tornado. This, which is confirmed, the dropout and the correlation coefficient, we've talked about this all night, that is showing you where objects in the atmosphere are dissimilar, non-meteorological. That is debris, that is houses, that is trees, that is stuff that has been created and wafted into the sky from a tornado. That is your tornado. That is going to track for Lafayette and eventually towards Fort Campbell and will pass over Interstate 24. This is still very serious and indicates a tornado. Is this as big as the one earlier was? No. But this is still a very dangerous situation. Dover, you're in the clear. Parts of Cayce, if you're watching, there is some strong wind, but you're in the clear. Dawson Springs to Princeton, some lightning and thunder, but nothing concerning there at the moment. But, wow, can't stress this enough. That is a strong circulation here. What do you got?
So yeah, Noah, this just came into the newsroom. We have a update from the governor, Andy Beshear. He's going to be doing a conference call at 4 a.m. Central Time, so 5 a.m. Eastern Time. He has declared a state of emergency based on the major damage in multiple western Kentucky counties and has activated the Kentucky National Guard and also the Kentucky State Police. Again, that's at 4 o'clock this morning.
We'll be looking forward to hearing from him. So, and this is not the only tornado in the state of Kentucky. This might have been the strongest, but it's certainly not the worst. And I'll say, if you wouldn't mind, Trent, pop on that track real quick so I can move this. The tracker. This is certainly one that, oh, Trent's got it, there you go. So this is moving to the northeast at about 50 miles an hour. Trenton, Fort Campbell, Russellville. This is going to head towards Russellville. So this is going to parallel and head up towards, eventually it's going to meet 165 and I-65. But the imminent concern here is the populace that lives in and around Fort Campbell, Kentucky. You need to be prepared to get to your tornado shelter by 12:25. So you've got about 10 to 15 minutes there, but that is a significant signature. Still seeing very strong rotation. And again, you might not really have a big warning that this is coming. This is not like the Mayfield tornado where it was raining and there was a buildup to it. I mean, there's really not much rain out ahead of this. So it's going to go from dry, no precip, to tornado instantly. I mean, the rain is predominantly to the north of this, and you still see some brighter colors here in your Cayce of strong winds. But by and large, this is still our most concerning storm on the radar. And to reiterate, for those of you who might have missed it earlier, let's see, let me pull this up. Mayfield has a shelter for displaced tornado victims at Mayfield High. There's been rumors and reports that there's been cell service that's been impacted, so keep that in mind if you're trying to get in touch with people. We know that there's been significant damage in Mayfield. We know that there's significant damage near Moores in Marshall. We know that there's significant damage in Hickman County, in Cayce, Kentucky. This tornado spanned 3 states. There's glass everywhere. If you're going out, make sure you put a good pair of shoes on to protect your feet, because there's glass in places that you won't even see it. There's debris all over the place from that tornado, especially in the Mayfield area, but really heading into southern Marshall County. And if you just joined us and clicked on, want to reiterate a message that Kaylee Bowers just read if you missed it. Andy Bashir is going to have a press conference at 4 in the morning, which we'll, of course, have on the WPSD and stream online, I'm assuming. We're going to try to get that to you, and we will be telling you, too, that he has activated the National Guard in Kentucky KSP. But certainly, I think this is the strongest tornado that has been. And just looking at some information now that I'm finally being able to be caught up with this, and this is an active, ongoing tornado. We'll save the analysis for later, but it appears to me that we had a 200 or so plus mile stretch of that tornado with a correlation coefficient drop, the original Mayfield one. I mean, that's insane. That's remarkable. Did you catch that, Trent?
Yeah, that's
200 plus miles that was producing a damage signature. And the latest one is this one right here.
I mean, it's quite possible that this was one of the longest track tornadoes in. I don't want to start using hyperbole, but I think it very well is going to be one of the longest track tornadoes in.
Oh, for sure.
In U.S. history, possibly. I mean, it's going to take a long time to do damage reports and surveys, but this was a historic night.
And the type of history we did not want to set. But let's help each other out. Let's make sure we communicate with one another. I am told, I believe we have Jack Kane live. If you guys can. Okay. We're trying to get Jack live. Maybe we'll have him in a few minutes. In a couple of minutes, we're going to try to get Jack Kane live from you. He's in Mayfield. He's with our photographer, Justin Jones. They've been helping people out and looking through some of the damage there, which is very bad. So stay tuned for that. We'll be having a live update from Graves in a minute. But 12 a.m., can't stress this one enough. Another likely violent tornado. Debris with this one has been lofted. Actually, this is part of the topography of this area. We know this from history, and those who live in this area know that generally as tornadoes come off the lakes, the rotation strengthens here and tightens up, which is probably what we're seeing, at least compared to 10 minutes ago. So this is on an upward trend in terms of the intensity in tornado. Lafayette, you got to be sheltered right now. Fort Campbell, it's coming at you at about 12:20 to 12:25. This is a confirmed tornado that is doing live damage. As we have said all night, shoes, because if you're going to get hit by the tornado and there's damage, you want to make sure you're wearing shoes. The main cause of injury and death in tornadoes is blunt force trauma to the head. We just went through this. So Lafayette, which is in Kentucky, Fort Campbell, if you have a bike helmet, a baseball helmet, get it out of the garage and put it on. You've got a few minutes, 5 minutes tops in Lafayette. This is going to eventually pass over Interstate 24. There's going to be a heck of a scene on Interstate 24. If you happen to know anybody that's traveling home from Nashville or going down to Clarksville and Nashville and is going to travel over Interstate 24, make sure you let them know that this is here, for sure.
You're good. I put you in.
Oh,
you're good.
Cool, got it. So let's take a quick closer inspection on this. Is this still Stewart County, Trent? I can't. My eyes are fading. This is the far corner of Stewart County, right?
Yes, it's okay. Getting ready to head into Christian County.
Okay. Man, this is one forecast that has unfortunately continued to produce the potential of the atmosphere. There is your rotation. Let's go ahead and take a look at the CC, the correlation coefficient. Again, this is telling us where there's debris. Let me pull this off. Of here. Notice There's your couplet, that's the rotation, that's the tornado. We pull this over and boom. That's how we, real time with the new technology that's been developed with radar over recent years, we can confirm standing here in the TV studio that that is a tornado because that's non-meteorological, that is debris that is active. Remember that it's slightly delayed, so really this is over Lafayette right now. That is your tornado, and that is tracking towards 117 and 24. So let me give you the home reset here because we're going to get some coverage out of Graves County coming up in a few seconds. So we're going to keep watching this storm, but for right now, let me zoom into Graves County and show you what's going on there because we're going to go out to Jack Kane. Jack, the rain still looks like it's coming down there. It's windy, but thankfully the rain is about to end. What are you seeing? What are you hearing? How is everybody doing there?
Yeah, Noah, obviously the rain is still coming down a little bit. The wind has started to die down slightly as well. Now, here behind me, this is just some of the damage we're seeing out here, and I can't emphasize enough. This is not even the tip of the iceberg out here right now. I mean, we have seen down power lines, damaged homes, front porches completely ripped off. There is debris everywhere. Emergency crews are working non-stop to try to help people clear debris. People are walking around right now. Things are very crazy here at the moment. We've seen just several people walking around trying to just find where their home is. There's no lights on apart from our camera light right now and places that have generators. So people are kind of just walking around aimlessly at the moment. If you know people that are down here, if you have family down here, I'm able to get my phones working now. People here might have cell phone reception again. If you are trying to get in contact with them, just make sure that they're safe. Send prayers here. Everybody needs it. We walked by the courthouse earlier, and trees were toppled over in front of it. Alarms are, you can probably hear, alarms are going off like crazy right now. We're right by the FNB Bank building right now, which has been the FNB Bank building, which is right here behind me. That has been absolutely torn apart. The whole front of the building was blown out. I've posted some pictures on my social media of just what we've been able to get here so far. But guys, like I mentioned, things are pretty bad here right now. That's just the God honest truth. And
Jack,
we'll
if you
keep
can still
trying to
hear
get
me,
some video while we still have some light right now.
Can you still hear us, Jack?
I can still hear you.
Is there any light? Is it fair to say it looks like it's pretty dark? Is it pretty dark? Doesn't look like there's any power on throughout town. Like in that camera shot, Justin was panning. It's safe to say there's no power.
There is no power in, I would say, probably 90% of the buildings here. I'm going to kind of walk because I know you guys have had some trouble hearing me while we pan a little bit, but most of the buildings here are without power. Pretty much just the fire department, City Hall. I don't even think the courthouse has power right now. When we walked by there earlier, we just saw the alarms lights flashing. City Hall has power, like I mentioned, the fire department has power, the police department has power, but most of the homes, most of the other buildings here are without power. Trent and Noah were telling me earlier that Mayfield High School is being set up as a storm shelter right now. So if you're able to get in contact with anyone down here, tell them that's where they need to go if they're able to get there safely. That's the biggest thing right now, guys. The weather has slightly let up, but there obviously is still some chance for some wind and some rain here tonight. So if people are going to be going out, you need to be careful because, again, there are power lines down everywhere. Crews are working to clean them up, but they are just absolutely inundated right now with cleaning up damage and cleaning up everything else and keeping people safe right now.
Thank you, Jack. Be safe. We've got to let you go because we've got another tornado on the ground, but please keep us informed, and we're praying for everybody there who's impacted in Graves and in the Mayfield area. We've got this on the radar now. This is an extremely serious situation. Added just same level of verbiage as we had earlier. This is an extremely dangerous and violent tornado. Trent's got this pulled up. Trent, can we zoom in on that a hair? See if we can zoom that in a little bit, show this people. So the tornado has now passed Lafayette. Here's Interstate 24, and if you're just joining us, you haven't been watching all night, this is not radar, this is a debris mode on the radar. We're looking at things that are similar or dissimilar. All the red is things that are similar. That is the tornado, and that is a large, wide tornado. I'm willing to bet, we tracked this earlier, Trent put the width across there. I mean, that's probably, it's going to be close to a mile wide. The debris ball with this thing is a mile wide. If you know anybody that's traveling on Interstate 24 or is about to travel on Interstate 24, this is a 1 mile wide debris ball that is tracking towards you. It's going to cross over Interstate 24. Thankfully, the circulation looks like now it's going to pass Fort Campbell directly, but this is going to run so quickly over Interstate 24. I sure hope that people are driving. If you know any friends or family, again, going either way on 24, this is going to cross over Interstate 24. This is not a possible tornado. This is not may happen, could happen. It is happening, and that is debris that is being lofted. New scanning on the radar shows maybe even a smidgen lower there. You see that blue speck, but that's still a dangerous signature. A mile wide, this is something that has become, unfortunately, too regular tonight, mile-wide debris balls. And that's, again, going to pass over 24. So if you happen to be listening, 345 to Interstate 24, 115 if you've ever gotten off of Interstate 24 in a traffic jam going to Nashville, some of these roads in through here are traveled, especially over here. You need to know that this is a tornado that is going to go right over 24, right over 109, and then probably pass eerily close to the Doppler radar site that is the Fort Campbell Hopkinsville radar. There's the loop moving to the northeast, clear as day, tornado coming over Interstate 24. At the moment, this is the only confirmed tornado in the area. A lot of people in our feed are asking about other places. This is the only imminent threat from a tornado. The pink polygon indicates considerable threat from this, as we've discussed. If you're in Lafayette, the threat has passed. Fort Campbell, even though you're still under the warning, I think it's fair to say the tornado risk is not for you, but they're still going to get a strong push of wind in Fort Campbell that could do wind damage, knock out some power. Up next would be Pembroke, and we're getting outside of our area, but a bigger population center would be Russellville. Probably going to pass to the north of Russellville, but Russellville to Lewisburg in that corridor, if you've got extended friends, loved ones, or family, Russellville to Lewisburg, that is certainly an area that is going to be possibly in the path of what is a violent tornado now, set to cross over Interstate 24. Russellville area, again, probably will pass north of Russellville, would be about 1 o'clock in the morning. And what we're seeing, too, if you look in the bottom right of your TV, you see the counties here? Look at that. The counties on that map in Missouri, in CMO, the yellow is coming down. We're seeing the tornado watch be allowed to expire, which is excellent news. But for the immediate moment, this is a violent tornado in the middle of the night. It is 12:22 in the morning. We're still on talking about this, and we're going to continue to recap and go through all of the damage, which there is aplenty across West Kentucky. This very well actually might be the next iteration of the Mayfield tornado. And I'm not saying that lightly. Trust me, we don't say that lightly. This is in an environment that has been relatively untapped. The atmosphere still has some juice and some instability to it. The wind parameters are actually probably just as good, if not better, ahead of this line than it was when the Mayfield tornado was. So there is absolutely no reason that this tornado cannot continue and approach, heck, even the southern part of 165 where it meets I-65 coming out of Tennessee. In the Bowling Green area, that'd be about maybe 1:30 in the 1 o'clock hour, later in the 1 o'clock hour. So if you know anybody in that track through southern Kentucky, certainly be in touch with them. This orange polygon indicates, remember, the yellow is a severe thunderstorm warning. The orange means that there is some broad rotation, but not enough to warrant the issuance of a tornado warning. This is really for northeastern parts of our area. This is really heading into Carmi, parts of Saline, Hamilton counties, parts of Wayne and White County. It's already in the center of the county. This is really a strong push of wind, but let me check out some of the rotation here on the higher res radar. That's going to head right for the Evansville radar. Certainly some strong wind, but not seeing anything not seeing anything in terms of an active tornado here. So this is a severe thunderstorm warning that has a tornado possible tag with it.
Yeah, just real quick, Noah, we do have an update from the chat. It looks like Fort Campbell has a report of wind gusts of about 60 knots right now. So
Really?
they're seeing some very strong winds at the Fort Campbell area at the moment.
Kaylee, thanks for that. Trent, back me up on this on the geography. The weather sensor that would record that has not been hit by this yet. So that is probably, is it in Fort Campbell or is it by the radar?
It's, I think it's...
Is that the inflow wind ahead of the tornado?
I would think it's probably the rear flank downdraft.
Where, with that lost it, so it's not in front of it then?
I don't believe. I think it's
okay.
On base.
Oh wow.
Yeah.
So I mean, like we've been saying, even if you don't get hit by the direct tornado, there is still very strong winds that can take down trees, do power outages, and man, that is a very strong signature we do not like to see. That just continues to chug on along. Pembroke to Trenton, that's in southern Kentucky, right near the Fort Campbell radar. Not the base, but the Fort Campbell radar. The actual zip code of Fort Campbell is going to be missed by this tornado, but that continues. For the rest of you watching, we are still keeping an eye on some storms heading into the Evansville area. James or anybody, if you're listening or back there, let me know if we're going to hit Jacob again in a little while or a few minutes. But wow, that is a strong rotation there in a still very evident debris signature. Pembroke, Kentucky, you need to be sheltered right now. This is coming in 5 minutes or less. Get to your place of shelter. We've discussed it at much length tonight, where to go, and the main idea here is to protect your head. What actually may happen is we're so close to the radar. You got to remember that radar is going up as it goes out and away from the radar site. I mean, this is real good. We don't want to see a good snapshot of a tornado. We don't want to see a tornado anywhere. But in terms of the radar imagery, I mean, that is very strong wind. That is not aloft. It is very low in the atmosphere and close to the ground that is being depicted by this radar site here. Still looks to be a pretty violent tornado there indeed. Hopkinsville getting a lot of rain and winds for sure. Let's look through some of your comments here real quick. Kaylee, if you wouldn't mind, could you turn on oh, it is on. Okay, great. So let's take a deeper dive into this real quick because this is a violent tornado. This is active. This is on the ground. I cannot stress this enough. If you happen to have family or friends here, this is an ugly radar return that's going to be set to cross over 109 momentarily. You see the blue and the purple there. That's wind that is well over 100 miles an hour. Let's go ahead and put a wind speed on it. This is typically stuff you see when we're tracking a hurricane. 116 miles an hour there. That's the net. That's one of the strongest inbound winds. You see that 115 miles an hour there. You combine that, this is how you get the rotational component. You just essentially add the inbound and the outbound wind. We're looking at a rotation here that's over 150 miles an hour. I mean, we're in the upper echelon of tornado here right now. Remember, radar is delayed. This is over 109. Pembroke, you are about to get blasted from this tornado. We need to make sure you're safe, sheltered. It's going to cross 109. If it's not right now, then it's going to hit 115. Then it's going to hit Pembroke. Let's go ahead and pull this out. A lot of people asking about Clarksville and other areas and family and friends. Clarksville, you're under a severe thunderstorm warning, but that's really going to be a strong straight line wind threat. We don't really cover Nashville, but if you happen to be watching or listening in the middle Tennessee area, or you've got people down there, I know we occasionally get viewers in northern mid Tennessee. With time, this is really going to become a straight line wind threat that still could produce a tornado through the night, but as we've discussed at length, the real major tornado threat tonight was in our area. And with time, as this goes through the night, at least in mid-Tennessee, it should transition to more of a wind threat. But certainly something that's going to chug across mid-Tennessee and eventually hit Nashville and Murfreesboro as you head into very early tomorrow morning. But in terms of Mayfield right now, where damage and cleanup we're not even in the first inning of getting the back to some semblance of normal. Again, the radar is out in Paducah. This has been a night, let me tell you, for tracking between our system going down, our WSI computer glitched earlier, the radar's gone out, so we've been doing our best with scrambling to keep us on the air and covering tornadoes as best we can. And the Weather Service chat went down, so we're doing the best we can with what we have. And the main thing is, at least as of now, we don't have that any reports of tornado death or injury in Graves County. We're going to hope that stays that way. But that tornado did produce 2 deaths already when it was in Arkansas. Let me see if Trent's got the hour by hour in here, or this actually might be mine from earlier. Let me see if I can scroll forward. So while we're on here, it's 12:30 now. Actually, this computer model is not doing a horrible job. It's a little behind. Let's show you going forward for the rest of the night, something we haven't been able to do since the 5 o'clock newscast. What's left of this is going to transition into a line. Here's 1 a.m., 2 a.m. Again, this will primarily be wind damage with brief QLCS tornado. That's your EF-0, EF-1 that we see here all the time, 12 months of the year. That will go from Hopkinsville to Nashville to Bowling Green and eventually into central Kentucky. But the tornado threat for us is going to be done by 3 a.m., I think now, which is some good news. Still will be some rain. Generally, after these things, you still get the atmosphere that produces rain behind them, so there can be some rain and thunder. I would be shocked if this is the cold front, I would be shocked if there was more storms that formed on it. Then tomorrow we've got clearing, very gusty out of the northwest. That's going to put a bite to the air, and it will feel cold for cleanup, restoration, and starting to try to piece our lives back together for those of us hit by that tornado with sunshine and dry weather. So cleanup, restoration, things tomorrow, let's show you that real quick, are going to be looking much better. Clearing, breezy tomorrow, 52. Monday, it's not the pick of the weekend. We're past midnight now, so okay, this is all going to be off. Anyway, so we're not having any more storms for the weekend, so that's good news. Let's see if we can pull up some of your photos real quick. Kaylee, you got anything new coming in over here? So to reiterate a couple of things. This tornado initially was deadly in Arkansas.
Hey, Noah, real quick. Yep. Chat just said the main rotation of that tornado is crossing Highway 41 right now near the Pembroke area.
Yep.
You want to zoom in on that? So
Oh,
it is
man.
crossing
Oh,
the
yeah,
highway now.
That is on par with it's not a good night when we're judging one tornado based on the other and when the other was an EF-4 tornado. Or the classification is irrelevant. It was a violent tornado that did damage. Let's not get bogged down in that. But it's not a good night when we're comparing 2 tornadoes to each other based on the rotation. You want to end at the pod or say something, some final words? So at this point, it looks like our severe threat is going to finally give us a break, a much needed break. Let me see if I can put this back for you.
Yeah, so
It has been a long, long night. It's going to be a long, long days ahead and weeks ahead.
So yeah, if we want to come back out, yeah. Okay, yeah, so with the tornado threat having ended in our area, we're not going anywhere. We're going to continue to watch this over the next at least hour or so until we can completely sound the all clear. But with the tornado warnings now moving out of the local 6 area, we are going to take a break. Did want to make mention, of course, we have crews out in Mayfield and in Western Kentucky getting video, trying to put together reports. We'll have complete coverage tomorrow morning on Local 6 Saturday. And also the governor's press conference, you can see that online. We will be streaming that live on WPSD-6.com and on our Facebook page. It's been a night that we will not forget for a long time. Many lives have been impacted tonight, and so we want to send our thoughts and prayers to all the folks here that have dealt with just a really bad night. But we're strong around here, and we're going to get through it. We'll help each other out. So with that, we're going to take a break, and again, stay with us online and tomorrow morning on Local 6 Saturday.